Alrighty, I think the stream is live. Let me just double check. Yep, it looks like it is. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Hello, everybody. This is ZZ1000ZZ. Oh, 1 second. I had my own voice coming through my headset and it was a little disorienting. I don't think I could talk and hear myself talk with a bit of a delay. Yeah, that would just drive me batty. All right. Anyway, hello everybody. This is ZZ1000ZZ, and today I'm continuing my playthrough of Parasite Eve without using guns. Now, in the last video, we had a super intense fight where I very nearly died. I was at multiple times in the situation where if I got hit one more time, I was going to die. There was no way I could recover. It wasn't necessarily that my health was too low, it was that I wouldn't be able to heal again before I would take another hit, and then I would. But actually, I think there were a couple times where I even was one hit away from death. Genuinely, the most intense fight of the run, possibly the most intense fight I've ever had in this game, so that was fun. It was exhausting though. Afterwards, when the adrenaline wore off, I was just like, okay, I have to go crash. I can't do anything more. Now that said, the fight we were on was floor 40 of the Chrysler build, meaning we can now go up to floor 41 and look to go for the floor 50 boss. The problem is, I was told the next boss. Well, actually, during the last video, I said I didn't know what the next boss was because I know there's a certain set of bosses that there are 4 bosses left. One's the final boss, one is Queen Bee boss, one is Cockroach boss, and I couldn't remember what the last one is. So my understanding is Cockroach will be on floor 60, Queen Bee on 70, Final Boss on 77. But who's the floor 50? The floor 50 boss. Well, someone told me that the boss I was forgetting is a refight with the Crab Boss. Crab Boss is the boss of this small optional dungeon. And since we're going to have to fight its older cousin in the Chrysler building, I figured we might as well come to the warehouse and kill the smaller version. Also, I love that little scene. It's small, but I think it's adorable that we get to see a rat chasing off a cat. First, we get that big cat chasing the rat, and you're like, oh, poor little rat. And then the rat mutates, becomes large, and just bullies the cat. It's adorable. No, I didn't hit him. I was hoping I could just tank that damage and then hit him. Because he would be, locked in place while he did the attack. Did not work. Anyway, so part of it is I figure if I'm going to fight a crab, I should fight the weaker crab first. But also, dear God, this thing is so fast. But also, I do want to get enough experience to level up. Haha, this thing is annoying me. I want to get enough experience to level up so we can get any bonus points we would have accrued during the last 10 floors of the Chrysler building. So we will try to get to, what is it, level 32? No, 33. So yeah, we're going to try to get to level 33 before we go back to the Chrysler building. I faced tank that damage and it was stupid. There was no way I was going to get a hit in. God, these rats are annoying. They're so fast and we swing our clubs so slow. Oh, I thought that would hit, but we're just out of its range. Ah! Yeah, you have to be like very predictive with where you swing. Oh, I'm still out of range. Yeah, that's what makes these guys so difficult. Is they are fast enough that you have to predict where they will be when your attack finishes, and as you can see, that's not the easiest thing. Now, part of this is, I'm sure, a skill issue, but to be fair, like, look at how far away he was when I started the attack, and how far he managed to move before my attack finished. Predicting where he'll be when the attack finishes is definitely not the easiest thing in the world. Ah! I suck at dodging those fireballs. He is literally running circles around me. This is embarrassing. Okay, we dodged those fireballs at least. Ah! Still not getting there. No! I timed it right, but I wasn't close enough. Okay. Ah! I timed it right, but again, wasn't close enough. Ah! That time I would have been close enough, but he pivoted because I was too close. There, we got him. That was surprisingly difficult for a regular enemy. Oh, another thing is, I don't know if it's true or not, but I read, when looking up some monster sets, I read that the PE stat on your armor is not magical defense like I thought, but instead is actually your magic regeneration. As in, the higher your PE value, the more parasite energy you have, and the faster it will regenerate. You know, I don't know if that's true. I just read it in Brady guides, and they are not always accurate, so... But if it turns out that is true, then I've been misunderstanding things for a long time. Because I thought we had physical defense and then magic defense, you know. I mean, they call it parasite energy, but I would just say magic. So since it's on armor, I just figured, well, you have physical and magical defenses on armor. Seems to make sense, but I might have been wrong about that all this time, so. Oh, he moved just in time. Oh, wasn't a crit, so he didn't one-shot him, but it was a good hit. And we don't need those Cure M's, of course, but whatever. Good thing is we barely got hit, so we can heal up pretty much to full without it consuming all of our parasite energy. Yeah, that last boss fight at the end of our previous stream was so close I ended with no parasite energy, so I didn't have much in the way of healing options. Alright, we got a rocket, which I wish we could not pick up. Reason being, if you don't have the rocket launcher or any rockets, you do not have the ammo crate for the rocket in your inventory. And that means you have one extra item slot. But I picked up a rocket in the Chrysler building, so needs to be relevant. Wait a second, where's the key? I think I missed it already, didn't I? Or no, maybe it's in the next room. Okay. By the way, I'm not bothering to save because I'm being... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say because I'm being egotistical and I don't think there's any chance I'll lose. I genuinely forgot where the key is in this dungeon. Oh wait, I think it's back in the first room of the warehouse. Not certain of that, but I think it might be. I think it was like on the floor and we just walked past it. I still think I should be able to climb those little bars around the pole to get up to the catwalk without needing to go through the other hallway. We see in the museum she's a badass and can jump down, like, climb/jump down ledges, so I think it would make sense. God, that rat's gonna be annoying, but first we have to kill the spiders. Not only are they easier to kill, they catch that annoying web spell which will slow us down. That thing is, the haste spell won't actually help us kill the rat. You might be like, oh, he's fast, now you're fast too, but the problem isn't how fast we move, it's how slow we attack. Ah, nope. Oh. I attacked at the entirely wrong time there. No, he pivoted away, so my attack probably would have hit him if he hadn't, but yeah, if the attack animation on our swing was a little bit faster, I would genuinely enjoy using melee weapons in this game. Not just as like a challenge, but just, I would think it'd be a perfectly viable way to play the game. But with how slow you swing, it's miserable sometimes. Like here, where I cannot believe I had the timing well enough that I would have hit him, but I was just a hair too far away, so I missed. Also, yeah, let me deal with a bot. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't have much use for the moderation tools in Twitch, so I'm still getting used to them. Every now and then, spam bots will come in and have to ban them. Alright, there's the key we needed. Yeah, it's funny, that key is very easy to miss, even though it's not really hidden. It's just not along the main path, so it's easy to think you can't progress any further into the dungeon because you don't see it. When in reality, all you need to do to progress the dungeon is walk slightly to one side. And again, we will use ego to not save at that phone. To be fair, ego is kind of justified in that not, oh, I'm so good, but oh yeah, we killed this boss on our previous playthrough. We're now in New Game Plus mode. Odds are if we can kill him in the first playthrough, we can kill him in our second playthrough when we're much stronger. Also, hey, we killed those spiders while only taking, I think, one hit, so that should earn us a little bit of bonus points. But yeah, I think what I'll do is, maybe in this playthrough, but probably not, I will save up a ton of bonus points, and then I'll just, like, equip a really weak armor, see how much parasite energy I have and how fast it regenerates, then switch to a stronger armor that I've invested tons of bonus points into the PE stat for, and then do the same thing and see if there's any difference. Feels like this would be a control panel, but I guess the warehouse is in disrepair, so you can't actually use it. Probably either broken, no power, whatever. And this is where we get to see that Aya truly is a badass, but first let me grab the tool. Yeah, this is badass. He just climbs down a metal pole. Actually, I think it might be a metal cable, not pole, but yeah. Even if you've climbed the rope like in gym classes. I know some people actually had to. I never did. It's a very different thing. One, gym class, you're prepared, you have plenty of time, no stress emotions. But two, he has to do this while fighting a bunch of monsters. Imagine like how tired you'd be after, like if you had to get in a fist fight with someone. Then imagine you had to go climb a really tall rope, and then, I mean, and one that's not designed for climbing. I imagine cables don't have the best, grip capacity. But then imagine afterwards, you're like, oh, I'm gonna have to go fight a giant effing crab, which is what we're about to do. And then after fighting it, imagine you're like, okay, now I have to go climb that pole again. Ah, that laser attack is so difficult to dodge. I have never figured out a good way to do it. Sometimes I manage, but it seems to be more by chance than anything else. The bubbles are really easy to dodge, fortunately. For the bubbles, you literally just move to the side of it. And unless you're like me where you say move to the side and then don't move far enough to the side, you will dodge them. I thought he was going to use the laser attack, that's why I didn't move in closer. I'm being bad. Yeah, here's the laser attack. Okay. Yeah, I think that haste spell might help a little with dodging that, but I've just never been able to understand the pattern of the laser well enough to be able to dodge it. Yeah! I was too far in front of him. I should have been to the side. Ooh, we stole an offense +1? That's huge. I mean, I guess it's not huge for this playthrough since I can't use those on clubs, but it's huge that you can get a permanent +1 stat from this boss. Oh my god, they hit me twice? I forgot that happens. I was thinking I would just get hit once and be like, I'll take that damage. But anyway, see how much damage that deals? And notice how it's kind of like a magic-looking attack. My understanding is the PE stat on armor is to reduce the damage of attacks like that. And then the regular defense stat is to reduce the physical damage, like when something punches you, bumps into you, that sort of thing. But yeah, the Brady guide says that's not the case. That the PE stat is about how fast your energy regenerates, and I'd be curious to find out if that's true or not. It's one of those ones where, as far as I know, it isn't true, but I don't know for a fact it isn't. I've never checked. Ah, no! We take damage. Wait, what? That's hilarious. While trying to pick it up, we got hit by this theme again. Imagine getting a game over after defeating a boss because of Steam. Anyway, we need about 24,000 experience to level up. So I think we should go back to the museum and advance the plot a little, since that's going to be the best place for us to get experience. Mostly I want the bonus points we will get when we level up again. I'm guessing we'll get at least 1,000 bonus points, but I don't know for sure. No, I don't want to go back. See, this is one thing I hate about games like this. I'm holding up to go up the cable, then the camera's angle changes, and I need to press down to go. If I keep holding up, I'll just wind up back in the previous room. I don't have a problem with fixed camera angles in games. In fact, I actually usually prefer it to dynamic angles. But I do think it's annoying where I have to like let go of what button I'm pressing when I enter a new room, so as not to risk accidentally going back to the room I was already in. It's a minor thing in this game, but it matters a lot more in games like Parasite Eve 2 or some of the Resident Evil games. Because in those, you could be fighting an enemy in an area with multiple camera angles, so the camera angle changes as you move throughout the realm of combat, and that drives me insane. Like in Parasite Eve 1, it's a minor inconvenience of, oh, I walk back into a room I already came through, whatever, I'll just go turn around. But in Parasite Eve 2, I remember there were a couple times in battle I was like, oh, I need to back away from this enemy, so I did. The camera angle changed, and all of a sudden I walked toward the enemy instead. I was like, wait, that doesn't seem right. Oh, and because we're going back to the museum, I get to see my favorite scene. Oh, but that means I'll have to do voice acting, and by voice acting I mean just narrate or read the text on screen kind of badly, but okay. Want to freshen up my mouth and tongue, make sure they can move a little. I'm a bit groggy because I spent all day in bed. I had no motivation to get up and do anything. I almost didn't stream even, which is weird. Not gonna lie, one benefit of streaming is while I don't care much about becoming a content creator, it does give me incentive to make sure I have a semi-regular schedule. I can't just be a bum, be like, I'm not gonna do anything at all today. I mean, I could, but I have a challenge run. I have a stream I've been doing for the run. It makes it gives me incentive to get up and be like, I set out to do this interesting thing at this time. I should do it. It would probably be a different matter if what I was doing wasn't a challenge run. If I was just playing a game casually, I'd be like, who cares about playing a game? I don't want to read yet. I'm actually going to take an extra fight or two just to buy myself a little time to prep for the cutscene we're about to have. It really does involve a lot of talking, so... nobody wants to spawn here, okay. Actually, this is weird. I'm gonna go grab an inhaler real quick and use that. I have a very mild asthma, so it's not a big deal. But depending on weather, pollen levels, and such, I can feel a bit of constriction in my throat. And now that I've woken up and I'm starting to talk, I do feel a little. So give me just 1 second to take a hit of that. Alrighty. Yeah, it's interesting because my asthma is so mild, I often don't even notice for quite a while that I'm getting any constriction. So it could be like hours, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, so that's why I feel a little short of breath or stuff like that. Anyway, let's go up the stairs, see if we can get in one fight, just to give the medicine a moment to kick in, then I'll go do the cutscene. Okay. Plus, I mean, we need to do a number of fights for experience anyway, so it's not like I'm doing this for nothing. Then again, I guess I would have to do fights to progress the story anyway, so whatever. Oh, wait. We are currently going for what? Floor 50 of the Chrysler building. So I want to get a level after floor 50, floor 60, floor 70. And so if I get a level here, that'd be level 33 now, level 34 for floor 50, 35 for floor 60, 37 for floor 70? Ugh. It's not a big deal, but getting to level 37 is a bit of a slog, so... I may not bother getting the bonus points after floor 61 through 70. Anyway, story-wise, just a quick recap. We came to the museum because we realized Eve was here and she must be working with Dr. Clamp, a guy who was working in the museum. When we came to the museum, we saw someone who looked like Dr. Clamp, and yeah, obviously he was, walking through an area, so we followed him. But then he locked the door behind him, so we took a different path. And then when we got to about where we are now, except I think one floor up, he locked another door on us. So now we are coming in here, his office, looking for him. Because there are still a few locked doors in the building, and since he's been locking doors, we want to find him, get the keys, and then unlock those doors. Anyway, Professor Clamp, don't move. Put your hands in the air where I can see them. Maeda? Hi, Aya. Yeah, there was something I really needed to test. May I put my hands down now? Did you come back here alone? No. Daniel came with me part of the way. Well, where is he? Yes. He went to look for something at the hospital. He should be on his way here. Oh, there haven't been any combustions recently, so anyway, I asked Wayne to make this back at the station. Please use it. What is it? Yes, I'll have to explain later. I believe this will have some effect against Eve and the creatures she controls. Oh wait, getting this gun will take up another item slot in our inventory. Oops. Oh well. Thank you. I guess I'll have to wait and see what it does. Imagine if you just took the time to explain now. Would it really take that long? Oh, well. I came across some finding. Yes. First of all, there is blood serum with Maya's name labeled on it in the freezer. My sister's name? And, well, the research code for it was called Eve. Eve? Then Eve really is. It appears to have been made up of liver cells. He was culturing them in the past. What do you mean? What for? I don't know. There isn't any data left. But it seems Dr. Clamp has been culturing them for years. Recently, it appears that he was conducting research on artificial sperm. For Eve, of course. For Eve? Yes. He wanted to exclude the mitochondria from the sperm and create new sperm. Sperm with no parasites. Sperm with only the nucleus. Sperm without the mitochondria? Yes. He took the sperm that he created here and moved it to the hospital. There, he would artificially inseminate those who would volunteer for the experiment. Then, what was the HLA list for? Professor Clamp? You ordinary beings will never, never comprehend my level of research. Professor, I'm placing you under arrest as the ringleader of this operation. What you did, this isn't something you can get away with. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. You are pathetic, Brea. Why put yourself in the human domain by reciting meaningless law? They're meaningless. Do you understand? I guess you haven't told your little friends yet. Your mitochondria has special powers, doesn't it? But sadly, you still have the form of a human being, don't you? You can say all you want, but I'm just here to arrest you, Professor Clamp. I'm not letting you interfere with Eve. You hear? Do you understand? Aya, look out! Daniel once again sucker punching a person. Daniel, thanks. I didn't see the scalpel. Just in time. Why didn't you shoot? You could have been killed. I know. It just didn't seem real. It felt more like he's conscious again. Dulles to the rescue, eh? I love that he calls Daniel by his last name Dulles. I think this is the only time in the game we ever find out that's his last name. Officer Dulles, why didn't you shoot me? But that's the first thing that he knows Dulles on a much deeper level than you would expect. What? I know you hate me. What do you want me, or what do you want to say, huh? Of course I hate you. Because of you, Lorraine? Hmm. So I see that your boy managed to escape. And that line is so bad. Like, I mean, I love it. It's great, but it shows how depraved he is. Daniel was, or Daniel's son, Ben, was at the park with his mother, Lorraine, when Eve turned everyone to the big puddle of slime. Daniel is mad and he's like, oh, because of you, Lorraine, my ex wife, is dead. And Clamp is like, huh, you're mad about your ex wife? Oh, that must mean that your son didn't die too. That's his reaction. It's like, I thought, your son and ex wife would die, but if you're only mad about your ex wife, then I guess your son lived. Oh, that's interesting. Like, just the callous way of saying that. Anyway, Lorraine? Hmm. So I see that your boy managed to escape. You! I should have killed you way back. Someday you're gonna pay for this. We'll see. We'll see. What are you planning to do, Professor? You'll love this. I'm waiting for the birth of the ultimate being. The mitochondria is passed from mother, or on from the mother, but you see, traces from the father can also be found in minute quantities. According to Eve, her sister in Japan was unable to attain her ultimate goal because the father's side of the mitochondria caused the rebellion. For Eve to succeed this time, I created sperm without the male mitochondria DNA. The creation was a success. Eve is now pregnant in Melissa's body. Pregnant? How can that be possible? Damn. Aya, we gotta kill Eve. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. You humans are so weak. So stupid. You may have been able to barge in here and do things your way until now. But things are going to change. I won't let you interfere with Eve anymore. Eve, can you hear me? You don't have to wait anymore. I'm ready. What? What the hell are you talking about? Damn, Spider, run! She's gonna blow the whole place up. So I see. Your mitochondrial power doesn't allow you to burn. Why? Why stay here and try to save me? First of all, I'm a cop, and it's my job. And after all, I am human. Like I said, humans are pathetic. So yeah, I love that scene. I think it's a great culmination of everything with the character. I love that it shows just how I don't know that you'd say psychopathic or maniacal, but just how callous and evil Dr. Clamp is. I love that Daniel gets to save Aya. I think that's cool. I think it's a great send off to a great character. I do wish we had more time with Dr. Clamp just to see how. I mean, no, actually, I don't. I think we see exactly the right amount of Dr. Clamp to kind of learn how horrible he is. I actually think the game works better with the mystery, yeah. Also, I love just standing here watching him burn. It makes me chuckle, knowing we could just sit here indefinitely. No, I didn't know we could put points into Maeda's gun. If I had known that, I would have been doing this all along. That is hilarious. Yeah, let's do that. Wow, I wonder how strong you. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Like, do a bunch of runs of Parasite Eve and eventually just, like, make Maeda's gun the strongest gun in the game. But anyway, I love that we get to see Daniel save Aya. I think that was really cool. I think it's just kind of a great culmination of the character arc of Clamp, while also showing, traits of each other character. The fact Aya didn't kill him is definitely interesting. You can see she was weirded out by what was going on, and when Clamp approached her, she chose not to shoot him, even though he had a weapon, so she 100% could have. Let's be honest, even if he didn't have a weapon, she probably would have been justified in shooting him regardless. So, yeah. Ooh, I know. Let's go fight the Triceratops. Yeah, that would be fun. At the end of the last stream, the boss that gave us so much trouble was the Triceratops in the Chrysler building. That boss is modeled after the next boss we can fight in the main game, which is another Triceratops. Now, bit of lore, or I guess just recap of my attempts at this run. I had to restart this challenge run back when I was in the base game because I got to the Triceratops boss and realized I had screwed up in a way that made it so I was hitting the boss for 1 damage. So I got all the way up to this point in the story, got to the Triceratops, and was like, oh shoot, I have no way to kill this. And then had to restart my run. I then thought, I restarted the run, came back, killed the Triceratops. It was difficult, but not too much, or too bad. I beat him, whatever. We get to New Game Plus. I have to fight a harder version of the Triceratops in the Chrysler building, and it was quite possibly the hardest, or the closest battle I've ever had in my life in this game. So, I guess we can't go up here. Darn. I think we already opened this shift. Yeah, we don't need that, but okay. So anyway, going and killing that Triceratops again sounds kind of satisfying. Like killing the first Triceratops that gave me a lot of trouble. Now that we are way stronger and I should be able to beat it without any problem, I don't know, maybe it would be fun. Oh, we can't go up this or through this door. Interesting. Okay. What about going up another floor? Can we? Or wait. Are there any items I didn't check? Yeah, there's no path out of here. Oh, there's an elevator. Let's see what we would find on another. I guess the downside of killing the Triceratops boss is it's probably worth a ton of experience. And maybe I want to save that experience for a higher level. Oh, were we already on floor 4? I thought we were on floor 3. Oh. Now I'm curious. Okay, so Clamp's office is on... Now I'm actually confused. 1 second. I think Clamp's office is on floor 2, but maybe I'm wrong. I think I just mixed up how many stairs I went up. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm not too worried about dodging right now. These guys deal very little damage, and I just want to get them fast. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is floor 3. The other floor is floor 4. Clamp's office is on floor 2. And I believe you can cross this room on floor, is it 2? Didn't mean to, okay. I didn't realize I had wound up back on floor 3, I guess is what it is. After the cutscene, I thought I had ended up on floor 2, and I was trying to cross over from there. Huh. I wonder, did the game automatically just put me on floor 3 even though I left the room that was on floor 2? Could be. That or I mixed something up and just got confused or made a mistake. Definitely possible as well. Yeah, as much as I'd like to kill that Triceratops boss, we are just like 3 good fights away from leveling up anyway, and I think it's worth a ton of experience, so we'll come back to it after we kill the crab boss instead. Ooh, another good fight. What I'm calling a good fight right now is fights with either armadillos, the spinny guys, or the Troodons, these dinosaurs. The reason I say these are good fights is these are the enemies worth a ton of experience in this stage. The chameleons, those green little lizards, are worth like half as much experience, or less, I think. I'm playing so bad right now. You gotta need to shape up before you get to the Chrysler building. Anyway, these guys are worth like 3,000 or like 2,500, somewhere in that ballpark. Whereas the iguanas are worth like 1,300 or something like that. So if we're trying to get experience to level up, we want to fight armadillos and troodons, not iguanas. Or chameleons, sorry. The other part is, or the other enemy in this area is there are pterodactyls, and I have no idea how much XP they are worth, because you don't fight a lot of them. So, I think we gained over 4,000 experience there. Nice, nice. So we probably need like 2 more fights to level up. And then we'll head over to the Chrysler building. Let's see, there's Clamp's office. So when we left there, I think the game actually took us to the room 1 floor above. That's weird. Yeah, after the cutscene, I think it does teleport you 1 floor up. That or I just went up 1 floor and forgot. I guess that's possible. I don't know if this will be enough to level me up or not. It'll be... I think it is. But it'll be close. Yeah, I think this fight will get me, like, just over 4,000. But we might still need, like, 200 more experience to level up. Let's find out. We leveled up. And we got liberate. Oh my god, look at those bonus points. Wow. 2,200. Okay, that's huge for us. That's huge. Okay. So, the obvious thing to do is to sink that 2,200 into our club. So we deal 22 more damage with every swing. I'm pretty sure it's the best thing we can do as well. But there is a small argument for saving it and maybe using it on, I don't know, like armor or something. Before we worry about that though, let's go back to the police station so we can drop off our items. Also, gaining that level did get us an extra 16 max HP, 1 damage, and 1 defense. It did not increase our item slots, though. Unfortunately, we only have 28 item slots, and despite having an item capacity of 33. The reason being, as you level up, you need more points into the item capacity stat per item slot you gain. I've never tested what the ratio winds up being. That's another thing I'd like to test for science. Yeah. We do have a bunch of medicine 1s and even a couple medicine 2s in our inventory. Normally, I wouldn't keep those, but we use so many medicine 3s in that last boss fight in the Chrysler building that I'm going to. I'll probably dump or use them as we go up the Chrysler building, but I do want to have a couple extra healing items on us for a while. Okay, so we can't remove that, unfortunately. Just to be safe. Also, I do want to bring a revive into our inventory. We have a couple over here. The reason I want revive is when we got to that last boss fight and nearly died, part of what made it so nerve-wracking is I did not have a single one of these. If I had just one of them, it would have been a much, not only a smoother fight, but just a much less nerve-wracking fight. Because the big thing about revive is it's not that I plan on dying and needing to resurrect from the revive. It's that without a revive, there's always that fear of, oh god, if I make a mistake here and die, I lose. And yeah, maybe the chance of making a mistake there is, I don't know, 5%. But no, you have that 5% chance of getting a game over. It's just nerve-wracking. And quite frankly, the nerves make me play worse. And there's a decent chance that I'll be like, oh god, I'm so nervous about this. I increase that 5% chance of a game over up to a 10%. Stuff like that. Anyway, real quick, let's just do some signs. 28 item slots with 33 item capacity. We go up to 34 item capacity, we now have 29 item slots. 35 item capacity, still 29 item slots. 30 item slots. So right now it seems to be every 2 points in item capacity gets you an extra item slot. $32. Yeah, I don't know if at some point the ratio changes. 33. 34. Let's do a bunch at once. Does this go up to 37? 35. Okay, yeah. We put 6 points into it, and we only got 1 item slot. 36. Yeah, so it took 8 points to get 2 extra item slots. 36. 36. 36. So yeah, we put 2,200 bonus points in, which is plus 22 to our item capacity slot, and we went up to 36 items. Now, and I think we had, 28 before? I think that's right. Yeah, let's double check if I'm right about going up plus 8 item slots. Yeah, so 22 points in our item capacity stat only got us 8 extra item slots. That's pretty lame. Now, we could think those stats. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I never dealt with my extra armors. Yeah, I have no reason to keep this. Okay. We had picked up this armor in the warehouse, and I didn't move the stat over with a tool. So yeah, sure, we'll keep both of these for now. Unfortunately, can we, yeah, so you can put bonus points into Maeda's gun. And you can use items on it. You just can't use tools with it. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, at some point I would be tempted to make Maeda's gun my main gun, just by saving up a ton of bonus points across multiple runs and then just maxing out its stats. It would be stupid and take forever, but it would amuse me. Anyway, for now, we'll just hold on to our bonus points and decide what we want to put plus 22 into. The big question is, how many hits will it take to kill enemies on the Chrysler building? Once we get to floor 41, fortunately we have the key so we can go up to floor 40. But yeah, the crab boss, I mean, we already saw how to fight it when I went to the warehouse, so I think it should be totally manageable. I'm much, much more worried about the cockroach fight that's going to be on floor 60. That, yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to deal with that. Yeah, the biggest question is just going to be what kind of enemies do we fight on floor 41? I think we need to go up from here. Yeah, to the right was the sword from, I believe. Oh no, maybe not. Okay. Oh, this is another dead end as well. Okay. I guess we should have been following the right hand rule after all. By the way, I will talk about the right hand rule a lot. It's very, very simple. It's a idea that people came up with for solving any maze. Well, any two-dimensional maze. If the entrance and exit of a maze are on the outer edges of the maze, which is usually the case, then there's a really basic fact, which is they are ultimately connected by walls. You can just follow the wall, and eventually you will get from the entrance to the exit. Given that, one simple solution for navigating a maze is to put your right hand on the wall and walk following wherever that wall goes. Eventually, it will take you to the exit, the entrance, or anything else connected to that wall. The left-hand rule, exact same idea, you just do it with your left hand. In Parasite Eve, I have found the right-hand rule works much better. And I think that's just because of whatever programmatic way they made these floors. The kind of RNG of it wound up making it so right-hand rule is more favored. But if you ever want to do the Chrysler building, oh my god, we can actually see the frog when it jumps up. That's cool. Oh my, that's I didn't realize that was the thing. Okay. Okay, two quick things. But yeah, if you ever want to go through the Chrysler building and are worried about getting lost, you can use the right-hand rule, and 98% of the time it'll get you where you need. There's like one RNG map you can spawn wearable. Anyway, the other thing is we fought frogs, these same blue frogs, down in the sewers under Chinatown. And when they jumped up, they left the screen. We couldn't see them. I didn't realize that they're still on the screen. They're just a bit high. So with the right camera angle, you can actually see them. That was hilarious. Seeing the frog just hovering at the top of the screen was great. I loved that. By the way, when we leveled up, we did get the Liberate ability. My plan is to try not to use that at all in the Chrysler building because it deals crazy damage. and it does it from range. So to me, I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose of a no gun run to have range damage after all. That said, it is not actually against the rules, so I may use it if I decide I need to. Like, there's no hard restriction against this. This is a gun or no gun run rather than a melee weapon only run. So, Liberate is not against the rules, but I will try not to use it because I do feel it cheapens the run. That said, I should use it just once to show how great it is and to show what I'm talking about. So maybe in the next random encounter I will. Yeah, in our next fight, I'll just use Liberate one time real quick to show what it's like and why I try not to use it. Ooh, another rare trading card. I think we only need one more of those trading cards, and then we'll be able to get the toolbox, which would be really cool. Oh shoot, I didn't drop off my rocket launcher. I forgot to. That sucks. Oh well. Ooh. But yeah, I talked before about how I read somewhere that the PE stat increases your energy. I don't think that's the case because look at this. It clearly says PE defense. So I think it's, as I said, it is your defense against, magical attacks. But still, I read it in a strategy guide, so I can check it out. There's no harm. If it turned out to be true that there is a way to increase your energy or energy regeneration rate, that would be huge to find out. We don't need medicine ones. We already stole a couple more medicines, so we're getting stocked up. Oh, that's right. We even stole a medicine 4 from the parrot. So, yeah, if we can keep stealing medicine 4s from the parrots, that'll be great. We'd love to farm a bunch of those. Anyway, right hand rule means our right hand was on the south wall. Now we turn right and go south. Our right hand would be on the west wall. Yeah, the biggest thing when navigating any sort of maze is to just have some sort of approach, policy, whatever you want to call it, on how you will determine where to go. That way you're not wandering blindly. If you wander blindly, then you can wind up backtracking and doing a lot of redundant things, and that's what makes mazes feel so nightmarish. If you have a clear plan going into the maze, it makes mazes so much easier to navigate. Another thing that can help with the Chrysler building is no floor on the Chrysler building can be more than 6 by 6 rooms. On the lower floors, it seems like a lot of the maps will actually be 5 by 5 instead of 6 by 6. So that makes it even easier. But yeah, if you've already seen 6 rooms, like up, down, then you know where the upper and lower boundaries of the floor are. It can actually be useful. It's not like super useful, but it is good to know. So our right hand would be on the west wall, then we turn right and it would be on the south wall. Oh, just one front? Okay. Oh, I was waiting for it to jump up in the air. That was funny. Oh my god, we stole a revive? Hey, we can't see the front that time. Wow, we actually stole a revive from that enemy. That's crazy. Revives are arguably the best consumable in the game. Well, I guess stat boost items are consumable, so maybe that's not quite true. But... oh shoot, and I forgot to use Liberate. Let me do that next fight. Actually, I'm kind of glad we didn't. There was only one enemy. I would prefer to use Liberate when there are 2 enemies, because that'll show what makes it genuinely amazing. Yeah, against one enemy it deals a lot of damage, but you're like, okay, it does a lot of damage to one enemy. When there are multiple enemies, it can actually hit each enemy, and that is, man, I don't want to use Liberate on a bunch of fights, but I do want to show off why I say so good. Okay, Medicine 3. And yeah, see, it jumps up in the air and we can't actually see it. I guess there's just a very specific camera angle where we can see it. And I'm so glad we got to experience it on that one step. Because it was so funny just seeing the frogs hovering in midair like we did. Okay, I did just notice it is taking us 3 hits to kill these guys. I don't know for sure whether or not putting 22 points into our offense would make it take 2 hits. But just in case, let's go ahead and boost our damage. It's possible that I'll change it to 2 hits to kill. I doubt it, but yeah. If it did reduce the number of hits we need to kill those things to 2, it would be silly not to do it. So, might as well. By the way, I do expect to find a lot of mimics on these 10 floors. So, just... Wait, I don't know that we have item slots to get a medicine 4 if we steal one from this. Okay, nope, it doesn't have anything. Never mind. Yeah, sometimes enemies will spawn with an item, sometimes they will spawn without any item. And so whether or not you steal isn't like an RNG roll when you go to steal. I mean, there is RNG to that, but it is mostly RNG of what did the enemy enter the battle with. Tool. Inventory. So we'll drop medicine too. Bullet cap +1. It's so silly. There's no reason to do this, but it amuses me, so I'll do it anyway. What's better reason is there to do things than it's fun? It makes you laugh. The reason I say there's no reason to do it is Maeda's gun needs to hit the final boss of the game 8 times to kill the boss. So, you know, you need 8 bullets. And even if you miss a couple times, it starts with a base capacity of 15. Are you ever going to miss the final boss 7 times? Well, I guess 8 times. And even if so, you could just reload, so who would care? Multiple enemies, please? You know what? I'm gonna use the Liberate just to show it off. I'm tired of waiting. Yeah, look at that damage. 208, and it hits 7 times. We're talking about 1,450 damage with one spell. Now, the drawback to it is twofold. First, it does consume all of your energy, no matter how much you have. I think the damage actually increases the more energy you have, so I'm not 100% on that. But the second drawback to it is it leaves you staggered. So for a couple seconds after you use Liberate, you won't be able to do anything at all. Medicine 4. So that is a real concern. Of course, if you kill the enemy, or if you win the battle with the attack, that's not really relevant. Now we did just steal another medicine 4. So let's make sure we use any medicine 2s. Okay. Yeah, we don't keep anything under medicine 3, I think is going to be our rule. Oh, it's armadillos. These are fun. rolls once and then twice. Now, what makes these guys fun for me is, I mean, their general play pattern is fun, but what makes them really fun for me is the fact that the number of times they can roll changes depending on how many teammates they have. If there are 3 or more enemies on the map, they can only roll once per time. If there are 2 or fewer enemies, then they can roll up to 2 times. And if they are solo, they can roll up to 3 times. Not many enemies seem to change their attack patterns based on how many other enemies are on the screen. So I think it's cool that these ones do. Ah! Oh, we were in range. I thought it was going to be out of range. But yeah, once you get used to fighting Garmadillos, they are actually very easy to manage. It's also just a fun play pattern because they move in straight lines and they are quite quick about it. So it's not really hard to dodge them per se, but it is, the way you do it is definitely interesting. Like, you get very specific defined patterns of movement, and I think that makes them way more interesting to dodge than some enemies. Like that scorpion, it is much harder to dodge because it has multiple attacks, one that can hit from long range, and it's kind of a weird, like, spirally attack. It, shoots out in front of it and then goes left, right, that sort of thing. And then it has that counterattack where whenever you hit it, it can kind of shoot its tail forward and try to hit you. So that can be pretty annoying because you have to hit it, like, the idea is you want to hit it from, if you're using melee weapons, that is, you want to hit it from an angle where you're kind of catty corner to it. You're in front of it, but you're also to the side of it, so it's kind of diagonal. And then after you hit it, you want to move to whichever side you are, so you move away from the center of its body. And that'll bait the counterattack into going where you're not standing. Which can be kind of interesting and fun, but it's also just difficult. Because it's a counterattack. You have to be very careful where you stand to hit it. And then you have to be very precise in your movement after you hit it, so... Hold on. Oh, I have too many items? That sucks. By the way, another cool thing about fighting these frogs here is you can see the shadow of where they are in the air when they jump up. When they jumped up in the sewers, they could often jump from a place where you couldn't see that shadow. Oh. Yeah, I wish I had more items left. I didn't realize how good the loot on these floors would be. I should have dropped off the rocket launcher. I think I had another gun even. Yeah, I could have dropped off this rocket launcher. Maybe I shouldn't have picked up a revive. I had no idea that I'd be able to steal another revive, though. Try to figure out if there's anything I can do to help with my current situation in terms of items. I don't think so. I think we just discard one medicine free. That way we get one item slot, and as we steal items, we can maybe keep them if they're medicine 4s. If they're not, we can just discard them. Same with items after battles, or items we find in treasure chests. Okay. Ooh, we juked it. I see there. I moved to the right instead of to the left, and that caused me to get hit. We stole a medicine force, so let's use the medicine tree. We can try to just cycle between those now. Replace all of our medicine trees with medicine fours if possible. Another item. Is it a mimic? I wouldn't be surprised. Hashtag called it. I still say fool that they can hit you at the start of the battle before you get a chance to do anything. Fortunately, once you learn how their attack patterns work, mimics are actually surprisingly easy to deal with. The problem with them is they just do so, so, so much damage. It's crazy. I mean, they hit harder than any bosses we faced hit. And mind you, we've done 4 bosses in the Chrysler building, and we fought our first mimic 1 floor after the first boss. And we still have not come across another boss that deals as much damage as they do. That's how nutty their damage is. Anyway, the CR suit, how is it stat? Okay, so stat wise, it sucks compared to what we have right now, anyway. But okay, yeah, and it has this. This slows down uh how quickly your turns come up, so that really sucks. But it does have increased max HP. So we will take that with the super tool. Reason for using a super tool is it won't destroy the armor. And then we'll take the stats from it as well. So we got +1 magic defense, +2 critical hit defense, and we got what, like 80 more max HP? That's pretty good loot. Yeah. 3 stat points and like 80 max HP. Cost us a tool and a super tool, but that's not a big deal. Now, the drawback, of course, is because we have 2 mods on our weapon, that's 2 mods we would need to move with super tools if we want to be optimal. Real quick though, I kind of want to just show off Liberate to show why I call it super broken. Let's just see what happens if we use Liberate. Now, mind you, if I had fought these guys with my club, I would steal items. So I would actually probably be better off. But so we're dealing slightly over 200 damage per hit. And hitting 7 times. Meaning we just one-shot the battle. So yeah, that's how busted Liberate is. If you're willing to use it, you can just end the battle as soon as your turn comes up if your parasite energy is full. That's why I don't plan to use it unless I decide it is absolutely necessary. Now, to be honest, it might be necessary when we get to floor 60 and fight the cockroach boss. I don't know if I'll be able to kill it without Liberate. I think I can, but we'll see. But for the crab boss, that should be totally manageable without Liberate. He does have 3 parts, so Liberate would be kind of useful, but we've already seen how to fight him. I imagine the boss in the Chrysler building will have higher stats and maybe move faster. Maybe we'll only get to hit him like once per attack he uses and we'll have to heal more, but I don't foresee him being anywhere near as much of a problem as the cockroaches will be. All right, so is this going to be a dead end, or is this the way we do need to go? I think it may be the way we need to go. Very cool, frog. And we can try to get healing items off him by stealing, maybe? Medicine 3, nothing amazing, but it's better than having an empty slot, I suppose. Plus, because we used all of our parasite energy to cast that Liberate, I wouldn't mind using a healing item to heal instead of energy. And again, we've already healed up almost, regened up almost to full anyway, so probably doesn't matter. Yeah. The heal spells don't take much energy relative to your total at this point in the game. Oh, we got another revive. That's crazy good. Ow! That's funny. We dodged both counterattacks, but got hit twice, just the collision. That is another thing about the Scorpion that makes it a little more difficult. Where you want to stand is in the corner, in front of it, but to one side. But because it has those little claws on its front, there's a collision box that makes it very difficult to hit him without him then bumping into you, either before or after. Now, big thing about in this game is enemies have separate hitboxes and collision boxes. The hitbox is where you have to, well, hit to deal damage. The collision box is where your body and their body will bump into each other, in which case you will take damage. Problem is, the collision box is always way bigger than the hitbox. And the hitbox can be placed in awkward spots relative to the collision box sometimes, so yeah. Okay, neither pair had anything. We did get hit a couple times, so, you know, that'll cost us bonus points, but it's fine, it's fine. Our stats are already high enough that bonus points aren't super relevant. Oh. For some reason, I thought we had like 714 out of 718 HP. Alright. But yeah, no. On each floor so far today, I have used the right-hand rule, and it has worked completely fine. We haven't had any problems with it. That big... it's a big lesson to learn for doing the Chrysler building. You don't really need to draw maps. You don't have to worry about getting lost. If you use the right-hand rule, it will work like 98% of the time. I say 98% of the time because I did find one floor where it doesn't work because the entrance of the map is on what's called an island, which is the entrance of the map is not connected to an external wall of the map, and thus it wasn't connected to the exit either. And that's pretty much the only way the right-hand rule will ever fail. In a normal maze, it can never happen because the entrance and exit, of course, have to be on the outer edge of the map. That's how mazes work. But when you have stairs and elevators in a dungeon, well, then you could attach the stair or elevator to an island, which is not connected to the external wall of the map. So, it is a minor caveat and something to be in mind, or keep in mind, but 98% of the time, just put your right hand on the wall to the side of you, follow that wall until you get to where you need to go. if you ever do notice that you've made a loop and you're back at the starting point, then you know you are on an island and you will need to change your strategy accordingly. Ow. Wait, did we miss? We did. Oh, our attack went. That was funny. Our attack went off while the scorpion was kind of like pulling back to attack. Because it pulled back, it actually dodged our attack. And wow, we took a lot of damage there. I didn't even see what did it all, but okay. By the way, in terms of things to find in storage rooms, upgrades, items, that sort of thing, the only things we really care about will be between floors 61 and 70. That means if by some chance we don't find an item room before we find the stairs, I'm just going to take the stairs, I don't care. The reason I say this is there are some armors we can find between floors 41 and 60 that would be better than the armor we currently have. But it'd be, oh, wait, no, I can't say that. No, I might be wrong. Hold on. What I was gonna say is there are basically no armors that are better by a large enough margin that's important. And the only weapon we can get that's better than our current club is on floors 61 to 70. The problem is there is one armor in the game I really want because it reduces how much parasite energy it costs to use spells. And I don't know what floor that one is on. So I guess we should make sure we check every floor for that one item specifically. Plan seems lame. Oh well. I don't believe we found an item room yet, so let's keep looking. Is this a dead end? Yeah, that's a dead end. Okay. But yeah, other than that, all we can find, other than the one item I mentioned, all we can find in the next like 20 or so floors are stat upgrades. You know, we could find an armor that we move +1 or +2 physical defense from, stuff like that. Ooh, we could maybe find, I think there's an armor that has +4 item slots on it. That wouldn't be bad to pick up. Hey, it's a mimic. I want to see something. I don't know. I was gonna see if maybe I could cast Liberate before it hit me at the start of the fight. I think if I had the first strike ability equipped, that would have been possible, but I didn't, so it didn't work. Oh, collision damage was the thing there. But yeah, the trick to fighting mimics is to never stand too close to them like I just did. Because their AoE attack will deal a ton of damage. But it has a very short range. And as long as you're outside of that range, they can't hurt you. The exception, of course, is they can dash toward you and try to attack you after they're, use the dash as a gap close. The way you avoid that, or the thing about that, is the gap close they use can only be followed by a single directional attack, which is very easy to dodge if you just sidestep. Okay, tune up weapons. What did we just pick up? Oh, I don't even have anything to move it to. I think it actually has the first strike ability I just mentioned. So that's a funny coincidence. Yeah, we have 28 item slots taken up. One tool which we can't use, and I would probably want to save anyway. So yeah, let's discard a medicine 3. Honestly, I might just discard this rocket launcher. We already have one in our. Yeah, let's go ahead and do so. The Wait, did I have two rocket launchers or did I just discard a different weapon? Well, I hope I did just discard a rocket launcher. It's gonna be really embarrassed if I just discarded some random weapon instead of the rocket launcher I meant to discard. Anyway, that'll free up some free up some ammo. That'll free up some space in my inventory. Now let's go back to the stairs and go up to floor 45. I believe it was down and to the right. By the way, in this game, you can actually move before the screen fades in. So if you're holding down a movement key as the new screen loads, you can actually save yourself a little time. It's not a big deal, but it does save you, probably a few seconds per floor of the Chrysler building, maybe more, not sure. But yeah, if you do it throughout, like, over the course of an entire playthrough, you'll likely save yourself many minutes. Hey, armadillos. I like you guys. Armadillos look like they're really cool animals too, but I've never actually gotten to interact with one. I've seen one in not a museum. Yeah, I saw one in a museum before it, was spinning around attacking the customers. Very weird situation. No. I did see one in a zoo before, and it looked cool, but I mean, it was just kind of lounging around doing nothing, so hard to get much of a opinion off it. Sure, we'll take a medicine 3. Yeah, after that after that last boss battle, I am much less sanguine about not keeping healing items. Because I burned through almost all the healing items in my storage too, I think. Just to restock to be safe. No, actually, I think I put most of them back. And I do have like 5 more revives back there. I'm going to try to save all of my revives for the final boss of this dungeon, if I can. Because she is going to be a tricky one, I believe. Hey, cool, we got another medicine 4. And you don't have anything? Nice. It was fun watching Aya spin around to track the bird and then hit it right as it came back. Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep all of those for now. I'm sure we will use or throw away a number of these healing items before we get to the next boss, but for now, let's be safe. Okay. Are there 5 chests in this room? That's a ton. I think the most I've seen before this was 4. Watch it be 5 minutes. God, I would cry. No, I wouldn't. I would rage. I wouldn't cry. Oh, yay, rockets, which we don't want at all. Offense +2. Maeda's gun is getting a little bit stronger. Ooh. Auto heal, auto potion. That's fun. The difference between heal and cure in this game, well, I guess that's not right. You have medicine, which heals the health, and then cure, which heals status condition. That armor has the auto effect for both types of healing, for whatever reason. Okay, and cool. Now the question is, do we have any reason to keep it? And only one way to find out. 52, 55, 37. So it has way more stats than the armor we are currently using. But it has way better stats than the armor we were keeping around as an alternative, and so we had access to an extra auto potion. So yeah, it'll just become our new backup armor. Cool. That works. And it frees up 2 item slots. Oh my god, stupid question. Which direction did we come from? I think it was from the left, but I'm not. Yeah. I think we went north, turned right, got here, and so we should keep going right. I don't know how I forgot which direction I came from. That's bad. Alright, a couple birds. Parrots, to be precise. Ooh, we stole medicine 4. Nice. The other one doesn't have anything, though. We did take a couple hits there. Maybe we should have tried to dodge. I don't know. Yeah, we have a lot of medicine 4s. I don't think we need to keep medicine 3s anymore. And I do want to keep one item slot, one item slot open so we can heal in case we can get more revives or medicine 4s when we do. And I am so worried right now. Okay. So, yeah, I did get turned around. I should have been going the other direction. My bad. But anyway, I am so worried right now about the next boss. I'm feeling confident. Like, yeah, I just beat the weaker version of the crab boss. I'm sure I can beat the crab boss with no trouble. I'm getting all these items. I feel strong. Blah, blah, blah. I feel like I'm going to get to the boss and just get completely wrecked. So I'm like trying to keep myself in check, not get too excited or too confident. But it's just, how can the boss be a problem? We know its attack patterns. Unless it just deals crazy high damage, I don't see how it can beat us. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. But yeah, I am so worried that I'm going to get to floor 50 and just like instantly lose. I guess I don't need to worry about instantly losing. After all, I have like 3 revives, so even if I am getting a little too confident, at least I have a lot of fallback potential. So. This should be a dead end, I believe. Yeah. By the way, I do hype up the right-hand rule for being very effective in always getting you to the exit. Doesn't always get you there as fast as other things. If you learn the map layouts, you can get through them faster than if you just blindly follow such a simple course. I think the cat will turn up after this screen and take me to the stairs. I'd be curious to find out if I'm right. I moved just a little too far out of the way. Alright. Yeah, getting hit twice means we will get little, if any, bonus points from that fight. A little sad, but oh well. Oh yeah, let's reorganize our inventory again. So yeah, we have 1 medicine 3 right at the top. Otherwise, we're stocked up very heavily with medicine 4s. And we do have auto potions, so that means we will likely have plenty of automatic healing. The problem with auto potion, or relying on it anyway, is it can only proc if you are at 20% or less health. So if I were, say, at 200 health, and I took a big hit, it's possible that I could die without auto potion saving. Alright, we just swapped out our last medicine 3 for medicine 4. So it's right about it turning up or north, and this should be where the stairs are. Okay. Well, this direction, maybe not this exact screen. Probably the next screen then. I don't care about medicine 3s. You know what? Just in case the other one has a better item to steal, let's burn that medicine 3 we just stole. Ah, missed. Ooh, didn't even proc the steal it. Huh? Ah, stole another medicine 3. There's the stairs. That takes us to floor 46. So we're halfway up the current set of stairs. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna pour myself another drink. Yeah, I still haven't been able to find Cherry Coke Zero in the last week or so. Makes me sad. I'm stuck with just plain old Cherry Coke, or plain old Coke Zero. I think cherry just adds so much to the flavor, even to like Pepsi. Cherry Pepsi is so much better than regular Pepsi, but finding Cherry Pepsi Zero is impossible for me. Back when I lived in Illinois, I was able to find it every now and then, but I now live in Ohio. Nowhere I've looked has it. What's really crazy is I can't find pickles around here. You're like, wait, they don't have any pickles? No, they have pickles. What they don't have are the pickle chips, you know, like you put on a burger, in a tall jar. If I get a tall jar, I have to get whole pickles, or I can get, I have to get whole pickles or pickle spears, never pickle chips, and I hate that, because pickle chips are one of my favorite snacks. I love that I can just pop them in my mouth and chew. I don't have to like bite into them like with a spear, or even worse, a whole pickle. Because when you bite into a whole pickle, the juice can spray everywhere or drip out of it and stuff like that. And yeah, anyway, not important. So we have, what, 14 medicine 4s? I think going down to 13 to keep an item slot open is perfectly fine. To be honest, I would be fine with going down to like 10 medicine 4s. Especially since it seems we can keep stealing more. Hey, there's 3 birds on this one. Oh. Targeted the wrong bird. You know, I hadn't thought about it before, but I don't think I've ever actually seen a parrot in real life. I might have, like, in a zoo. I wonder what they actually are like. I do know cockatiels are amazing. Wow, there's a medicine 4 there that we're throwing away, and I'm just gonna get rid of another one. My great-grandmother had a cockatiel named Sammy, and he could actually say, I mean, I know they're just mimicking sounds, but if you listen to him, it genuinely sounded like he would say, Sammy is a pretty boy. I can't mimic his voice because it's way higher pitched than I can do. But it was such an adorable thing, and I loved that little bird. But yeah. My understanding is parrots are even better at mimicking human voices than cockatiels, so it'd be cool to see what they can do. So... Is this gonna be a dead end? My hope is it's the storage room, but I don't think it will be. Nah, it's a dead end, I think. Oh, wait, it's a long path, who knows? It's the storage room after all. Dang, it's not even a dead end, so the stairs could be after here. It's where that little box or whatever always looks like a treasure chest to me. It's a monster. Seriously, I don't know of any way to dodge that initial attack from the mimic, and it's so frustrating. If it was just a hair bit slower, I would be able to. Oh my god, we were in range of that attack? I didn't think we were. Well, the good news is we have medicine 4s and auto potion kicked in to use one. Even without auto potion, we could have just manually healed, but we have the items in excess, might as well use them. Really? Okay. I see how you are. I see how you are. Now here, we want to make sure we heal. The reason is at 381, it's possible the Mimic would deal enough damage to kill us with auto potion not proccing, because I have seen it hit for 400 or more damage before. We do have we do have 3 revives in our inventory, so even if it did kill us, it wouldn't be the biggest of deals. But obviously, we would rather not waste a revive. Oh my god, I'm doing so bad against this Mimic. Usually, they don't give me this much trouble anymore. Oh. We got there, and hey, we picked up a revive for our... And it's as far as loot goes, getting a revive from a chest, not a bad deal. Now, if this turns north and gets us to the stairs, I'll be so thrilled. Oh my god, don't tell me. It happened! Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Right hand rule, too good, too good. Makes navigating the Chrysler building a breeze. Yeah, the movement speed's kind of slow, the encounter rate can be annoying, but it's a maze that is just super easy to solve, so who cares? By the way, the right-hand rule is actually a great tool in mazes and all sorts of video games, or just, I don't know when you would ever do a maze other than in a video game, but I remember I once did a, what do they call it? Shoot. Is it like a corn maze or something, where like they make a maze out of a cornfield? I did it for a Halloween festival one time. And I went through the maze on my first time almost perfectly. And I didn't use the right-hand rule or anything, I just kind of guessed. Then I did it a second time, intentionally trying to explore all the side paths, and it was surprisingly fun. It should be a dead end, I believe. Yeah. But notice how the stairs can never be right next to the stairs up. Well, sorry. The stairs... I'll go with entrance exit. The entrance to the floor can never be right next to the exit. Whenever they made these floor layouts, they must have used some sort of computer program. Huh. Do we want to go look for the treasure room or just take the stairs? Let's go look for the treasure room. But anyway, when they did it, they must have used this computer program and told it, like, gave it certain restrictions, such as, you know, when creating a new room, the path must turn a valid direction. And if you're in a hallway of a certain configuration, then, maybe there's a chance you place the storage room, the elevator, or whatever else. But because there was a logic to how they coded that program, it created patterns, which once you learn, make navigating the Chrysler building much easier. It moved just out of the way. We definitely don't want a medicine 3. We are already stocked up completely on medicine 4s. But yeah, if we didn't care about the item room, we would have gone up to the next floor in, like, what, 5 screen transitions, something like that. Ooh, it was just barely in range. Oh, I was just barely out of range. Oh, I thought he was gonna jump up already, not move first. Ah! No, stop it. Okay, we can hit him when he comes to this wall. And then hit him again. Nice, that worked. No, we will not take medicine 3. Actually, I guess I could have taken it just to heal with. Those armadillos do seem to deal pretty decent damage. I'm kind of regretting not just taking the stairs up. I'll regret it even more if it turns out all that's in the room are mimics. Like the last treasure room that just had 2 mimics in it. No, we don't need those. Okay, here's the item room. Nice. By the way, I do keep saying the item room. At a certain point, it actually becomes possible for there to be multiple item rooms on one floor. I am never going to go out of my way to look for a second one. Oh, wait. We got hit twice there? Oh, I think one of them was contact damage and then the other was just an attack. If so, that's really lame. To get hit twice at the start of combat before we have a chance to do anything. Oh well, I guess if the enemy wasn't unfair, it wouldn't be challenging. No, yes. No, it moved. I thought 3 attacks would kill it because every other time we fought one, that did work. But what I didn't keep in mind is every other time we fought one, we got at least 1 critical hit. So, yeah. The trouble coming all the way here for the item room only got us a single tool, and I mean, it got us that fight, but obviously we don't care about that. So we definitely would have been better off just going up the stairs instead. That's something I'll definitely have to think about if I ever decide to be really silly and do a speed run of the Chrysler building like I've talked about. Still don't think I will, but in case I ever do, I'll definitely need to think about when is it worth looking for the item room and when is it not. Oh, it won't. I was wanting to just use the medicine for after combat, but it won't let me use it from that menu. Sad face. I mean, you didn't really need to, but yeah, there are a few key items in the Chrysler building that are very, very good. and probably worth going out of your way to grab. But there are also a lot of items you can get in chests that are not useful at all. Like, I mean, maybe I should say not useful at all. That might be a slight exaggeration. But, I mean, the mimics aren't really useful. Well, if you're using a gun instead of a club, tools would be very useful. Just because of how many more guns there are than clubs. So, you would be able to use the tools to move some stat points over to your guns. But like each gun you move over with the tool is only giving you probably like 2 stat points on average, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, the main ones you want is you want to find items with high base stats that you can use to transfer everything else over to, and items with really good mods on them. Mods like max HP up, attack damage up, critical hit rate up. Those are the sort of items with those are the sort of things you really want to make sure you grab. Ah, you moved too far away. No, you moved away. Stop. No. I was hoping that guy would do a second spin, and when he was jumping up in the air, I'd catch him. Okay, that's actually... They are being surprisingly difficult. Okay, we got one. One hit, that is. Yeah, they actually hit pretty hard. That keeps surprising me. They're the only enemies on this floor that hit anywhere near that hard, I think. Now, I could use my Parasite energy to heal, but I'm going to use Auto Potion instead. Just because I know how many potions I have in my inventory. And I know I wouldn't care at all about getting rid of one, because I'll just stock up on it soon enough. So I was just out of range of hitting it, and that makes me sad. There we are. I do want to try a no-hit run of this game. I'm really curious how it would play. Part of me wants to say I'm not sure it'd be possible, but of course, if you get your stats high enough that you basically one-shot things, then it would pretty much, be possible just by virtue of the fact you can never get hit if nothing ever gets in action. But something I noticed is a lot of people who play this game don't put much effort into dodging or learning enemy attack patterns. And I myself was guilty of that until I started using the club. And I think the game is actually way more interesting when you engage with the positional combat system more. And learn enemy attack patterns, learn to dodge, stuff like that. Mind you, I get why people don't do it. A lot of times you don't need to because guns make it non-intuitive to engage with those things. Ah, no, you moved the opposite direction of what I was expecting. Which is silly because it was obvious which way you... But yeah, I even see some people don't try to dodge at all. They just stand in one spot and shoot. And I don't understand that, but each their own. Yeah, I think what I would want to do is go through a list of all the weapons and armor you get in the game and figure out when you get them and which ones I would want to use. That way I know when do I need to save a tool to use 20 minutes later, rather than just upgrading the gun that's already in my inventory. And on the Chrysler building especially, which items do I need to get from which sets of floors to be able to beat, or to get whatever I want, like whether it's beat the next boss, beat the game, whatever. Are these the stairs up or not? Okay. I do know a big thing about speedrun of the base game is knowing which sets you should bother opening and which ones you shouldn't. Because there are a lot of items that you just don't need to pick up. There are actually quite a few rooms you don't even need to enter as well. Ooh. Item room. Sure. Let's replace an item. By the way, there is an argument that I should just be dumping guns into these things. Wait. Because, I realistically don't need the gun for anything. It's more just idle curiosity of how much I can upgrade armor. Okay, so we can resist poison, darkness, and stiffness. But the base stat sucks. So I think the idea of this armor is sort of like the armor we're currently using as backup, which has auto heal and auto cure on it. The idea being the armor itself isn't particularly good, but it gives you access to a bunch of mods that you might want. Thing is, I don't know that I care much about any of these mods. Normally, I would just say, forget it. I'm not going to keep any of them. I'll just transfer the stats over. But it is only +1 parasite energy defense, and we are on floor 39. So realistically, I could dump this in my storage chest like 1 floor from now. Oh wait, there was another. Wait, did we open both chests? We might have. I'm not sure. But yeah, normally I would just move the stats over, not worry about the secondary mods. But specifically because we are this close to leaving the floor anyway, I wish I would have just left. Anyway, specifically because we are this close to leaving the floor anyway, I'll keep it and then just look to throw it in my storage back at the police department. Okay, so that was a crit, so we only need 2 more hits to kill it. Yeah, we will get a super toolbox, which effectively gives us infinite super tools. So if we want, actually, I guess coming back here to fight that was worth it because it got us a revive. That's something. And I don't think there's anything we can steal from enemies on this floor that'll be better than the medicine floors we have. We have stolen a revive off a frog before, so we could maybe look for that, but I don't think it's worth the trouble. So yeah, we're just not going to dump any items, and we'll accept that we're not stealing anything more before we get to the boss. But yeah, in terms of the armor, we will get a super toolbox, which will let us transfer mods, as many mods as we want from as many items to as many other items. So when that happens, having this armor might be useful because we can just get resistance to pretty much all the status ailments on any armor we ever decide we want to use. So that might be mildly useful. Realistically, I don't think it'll matter. I don't think we'll even care about the status ailment protection, but all right. So we have to wander through this floor and then we'll fight the crab boss. I'm happy about this. This set of floors has gone smoother than any previous set of floors, and I'm confident about the next boss we'll fight. Now, floor 51 through 60, I expect to give us a very hard time. So maybe this is kind of the, what would you call it? Eye of the storm? Nah, we didn't really go through a storm. Home before the storm. Yeah, that's what I would call it. And then I die to a mimic, and I'm like, wait, how'd that happen? We have 4 revives, I'm not worried about that. Okay, that was funny. We dropped a medicine 4 so we could pick up a medicine 4. Hey, it's a monster. Okay. Actually, our parasite energy is kind of low. You might want to try using an item to heal after combat instead of using that. Just so we can enter the next boss fight with full energy. So that wasn't a crit. That wasn't a crit. If this isn't a crit, it won't die the next hit. Okay, it was though. Okay. Yeah, we might as well use the healing item since we have one in this chest anyway. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get too confident. The crab has, if it's like the crab boss we've already fought, it has a pretty simple attack pattern. It shouldn't be too hard to deal with. But I don't know how fast it'll move, how much damage it will deal, how much defense it has, anything like that. So let's not get too confident. Oh wow, that hit me from a longer range than I thought it could. Oh, he actually dodged that attack. I still don't know how you dodge the leap attack. Like, I don't know if there's any clear movement pattern to do it or not. For me, it's always just come down to RNG. Or at least that's how it feels. Alright, well, another fight. Hey, birds! Oh. We actually missed. Okay, there's the hit. Add collision damage. I think the collision damage was for 0 though. Alright, more medicine 2s. There's the elevator, which I think means the boss will be like 2 rooms past. Oh, no, the elevator is actually at a dead end. Never seen that on a boss floor before. At least not this one. Okay. Three parrots. And this is the case where we could potentially steal more medicine 4s, but obviously we don't need to steal them. We're already completely stocked up on them. Unless we want to, like, I guess we could use one and then replace it, but I'd just rather use parasite energy to heal. I wish we could just use one of those medicine 2s after combat. Instead of throwing away an item we find, just use it immediately. That would be convenient. Anyway, following the right-hand rule, our right hand would be on the south wall. We turn right, it's now on the west wall. It'll take us to the east. East. Yeah, no. It'll take us to the west now, so we'd be on the north wall. Wait, did I mess something up? No, I don't think I've been this way yet. Hopefully not. Oh, it's an armadillo. I want to kill that first if possible, because it deals way more damage. Yeah, the birds deal little to no damage, so I'm much more worried about the armadillo. They also move less, so they are easier to fight. And hey, we've gained about 5,000 experience on these 10 floors. That doesn't sound like a lot, but compared to how much experience we were earning on previous floors, it's actually a decent step up. Alright, I think we are at the boss fight. Time to take down the, not bigger crab, but stronger crab. And then it's a dead end, and I'm like, wait, oh, never mind. Okay, I was wrong. That's not where the boss fight was. I guess we have more to explore. Yeah, I'm not even trying to dodge them. Their attack pattern makes it a little tricky to dodge, but it's less so the attack, more the collision box. Because they're just trying to be tedious. Can't let me just go kill the stupid crab and get out of here. Ooh, we actually dodged that. Good. Ah, missed. I took collision damage there, and then took a hit. Oh my god, and then we missed. Missed. Oh my god, look at how much damage we've taken. All because of my first miss. If I would have just been a hair closer, would have killed him and none of those other hits would have happened. Oh well, it's whatever. Please be the crab room. I don't want to fight more random encounters. Har, har, har. God, missing that attack makes me so sad because he was right there and he moved out of the way just in the nick of time. And like there, he moved just a hair out of out of my attack range. Okay, one down. Oh, wow. I'm so bad. Okay. Tell you what, let's actually heal the fool and see if I can end the battle at full health and full energy. Alright. Now please be the crab fight. I'm so tired of these guys. Nope, not the crab fight. Okay, I guess we probably have more random encounters to find. This is probably a dead end, right? Maybe not. I hate this floor so much right now. I see what the problem is. Apparently, either I got turned around or... Yeah, I think I just got turned around. Okay. Well, I can't complain about how many random encounters I fought if I just switched directions at some point. That would be my fault. Oh god, imagine if when I got to the elevator and I said the boss is probably like 2 rooms past this, it actually was and I was just going the wrong direction. That would be funny. Well, let's break the right-hand rule and try the left-hand rule. Just to be safe. No, wait, that's the direction we came from. Okay, yeah. So let's stick to the right-hand rule. Yeah, I think at some point, maybe when I left the item room, I mixed up which direction I had been coming from and turned around and went the opposite way. Okay, yeah, so right-hand rule would have taken me this way anyway. So yeah, this was me getting mixed up, not because the floor seems to be particularly difficult in terms of mazes go, but just in terms of I wasn't focused in, and so I went the wrong direction at one point. And then I just literally forgot which direction to go. My options were probably like, go left, and this will take you to the end of the floor, and I was like, I think I came from the left, so let's go to the right instead. Because I know what I am to do. Oh. Wait, did the bird miss? I don't know how. Looked like she would hit me. So I don't know why I called it a sheep. So our hand would be on the right hand, or on the west wall. We turn, it's now on the east wall. We turn, it's east wall. What am I saying? My mind is not here right now, as I'm sure you can tell. But yeah, it would be on the west wall right now. We're going south, it stays on the west wall. We go south again. Still on the west wall. We turn, now it's on the south wall. Oh my god, I think this floor is incredibly linear. And I really did just get almost to the end of the floor and then randomly turned around and walked the direction I had already came. I do think that's what happened. Is this the dead end or... But let's find out. Because there is one path we didn't take. We hit the storage room. Just out of curiosity, what's up here? I am going to go south following the right-hand rule, but... Wait, isn't this... You know, I'm actually going to cheat and use this speed up function. Yeah, it was a dead end. I remember coming up here, then we came up here. Yeah, I remember doing this. Wait, we're not on floor 50. Oh my god, that's what the problem is. I must have messed up my floor counter at some point. We're on floor 49, not floor 50. Oh, okay. Well, that definitely changes things. Genuinely, I thought we were on floor 50 and we're about to fight that stupid crab boss. I must have hit the button to increment the counter one too many times at some point. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, it's an easy enough mistake to make. The fact none of the floors have floor counters on them definitely makes it easy to lose track of where you are. Oh well. But yeah, I did also just, at some point I must have turned around, walked the wrong direction, that's why I missed the stairs. Unless, oh my god, what if I walked into the room, saw the stairs, concluded it was a dead end, and turned away from them, not realizing what I called a dead end was actually just, you know, the stairs? That sounds like something I would have done. Whatever the case, I clearly messed up, so the exact nature of my mistake isn't important. What is important is, that was my fault. I screwed up, and I can't complain about anything else. Sure, the game makes it a bit confusing, you can dislike that, but... when it comes down to the difference of I should walk left or I should walk right, if I mix up the two, that's on me, not on the game. Now, the stupid encounter rate, that could be on the game. Now, to be fair, we actually walked through quite a few rooms on this floor without getting in a fight, so it's nowhere near as bad as I thought it'd be. Alright. Now, how easy most of these enemies are is the game's fault. But I think they were kind of tailoring the difficulty for people who are less experienced with the game. I imagine some people get to this part of the Chrysler building and find the enemies somewhat difficult. I don't know. I think the big thing isn't like how much damage they deal or how easily they die. I think what's throwing me off is the enemy attack patterns on these floors feel so much simpler than the attack patterns on some of the previous floors. Plus, they're not using a bunch of like status ailments. I'm not having spiders hit me with webs that slow me down or stuff like that. But yeah, I cannot believe how much time I wasted by going the wrong direction. That's embarrassing. Oh, unless I really screwed up and somehow got my counter off by more than one, this should be floor 50, so we should be on the way to the boss. And I'm excited to fight that stupid crab boss because I know its attack patterns well. It might like move faster than the last one version of it we fought or something like that, but I know what it can do. I'm pretty confident in my ability to fight it. Let's go. I just want to find one more item room before we go for the boss, and looks like it's right here. Hopefully the elevator is on the next screen, and then the path will turn north one screen after, and that's where the boss will be. Okay, a tool. That's useful. Offense +2, sure. Let's throw it on Maeda's gun just because it makes me laugh. I don't know what that ability is. Hmm. So, counterattack enemy sounds like it would be cool. It actually really sucks. The reason it sucks is while the extra damage might have been nice, like, hey, cool, I get. Oh, yeah. I love that item. Okay, two things. First, counterattack sounds nice because they're like, cool, I get extra attacks and deal extra damage. The problem is with counterattack, you get hit. You're like, okay, now I'll hit the enemy back. Get ready to swing or whatever. And it's like, oh shoot, I just got hit. Now I get stuck in place as I'm trying to use another attack. I wonder if I'm going to get hit again. Often you will. Anyway, that armor we found, very nice. I definitely want to use it, or at least move the effect over. But I want to use a super tool on it. Because I'd like to get both the +1 physical and +2 critical defense, and I'd like the +4 inventory. Its raw stats are lower than the armor we have, other than the critical hit evasion, so I don't have a super tool. If I did, I would immediately move this to here, and then use the regular tool to move this. Instead, we are on floor 50. We're going to fight a crab boss, kill it, get the key, and then we'll leave, go to the police department, and use the super tool there to move it. So, man, I don't want to get cocky, but I just genuinely don't know how things go wrong here. Unless the crab is just way, way stronger than I expect, or it has some new attacks that I've never seen before, I think we're set. Like, aren't we? Yeah, can't get cocky. Getting cocky is how you lose. And then embarrass yourself. See, the getting cocky part, I don't believe you jinx yourself and you're like, oh, I lost because I got cocky. No, I think getting cocky can make you lose if it makes you play well, sure. But the real risk of getting cocky or jinxing yourself or anything like that is you make a fool of yourself. Okay, now I'm just completely lost. How am I not already on floor 50? Did I really mess up my counter so much that I've gone up? I am so confused right now. I must have really screwed up my counter or something because I was convinced I was on floor 50, and then I've gone up 2 floors since then. What is going on? How did I mess up my counter by 2? Okay, surely this is floor 50 then, right? Like, there's no way I messed up my counter by 3. I genuinely want to go back and watch the VOD of this stream just to see where I screwed up my... This is ridiculous. Like, I get messing up a counter by 1. It's easy to, like, add 1 or something like that, but to do it by 2? How? Like, I'm not even confident I'm on floor 50 anymore. You can tell me I'm floor 35 and I'd start to believe you. Oh my god, imagine... Oh, it would be such a troll move by devs. Imagine if they made a 77 floor building. And, you know, there's 77 floors. You have to go up. There's a boss every 10 floors. And then there was just, like, this RNG check where every, like, 1% of the time, they would just flip an extra floor in there. And it would still say, oh yeah, you're totally on floor, you know, I don't know, floor 35, but you were actually on floor 36. And then when you get to like floor 40, the boss isn't there, the boss is on floor 41. But the game just straight up tells you, oh no, you're on floor 40, even though you've clearly gone up to floor 41. I kind of want to do that. Like, make a 100 floor dungeon, not have any of the floors labeled, and then just lie about how many floors there are. Tell the player, like, congrats, you made it to floor 50. You can now go back to town. Like, here's the key to leave the building and come back to this floor. And it was secretly, like, they were already on floor 53. Like, wait, what? The dungeon is actually 107 floors tall, but you say it's 100 and you just lied about the numbering. That would actually, on the one hand, it would be annoying for the player and it would suck, and there would be all sorts of reasons you could complain, and I'd get that. But on the other hand, it would be genuinely funny, and I would support a dev doing it. Like, I wouldn't even be mad if that happened. I'd just be like, okay, you got me. Like, there was nothing that told me I should actually believe this information, so yeah. Especially if it was like a dungeon created by a villain who would have every reason to lie to you. People get mad and the response is like, dude, the villain you're trying to kill told you something. Why did you believe it? Like, that's kind of on you. And now I kind of want to do that. Like, I don't know how I would make an entire game just to do something like that, but... Elevator? No storage room? Okay, so I think the storage room might have been on one of those paths we didn't take. If that's the case, no big deal. I'm not going to bother going to it. We'll go kill the crab boss, and then, because we'll have the key and we can just come back for the elevator anytime we want, we'll look for the storage room then. Added bonus, there won't be any random encounters once the boss is dead. Oh, never mind. The storage room is right here. Works out. I'm guessing one of these is going to be a mimic, but we'll see. Yeah. Sure, whatever. I'll come back for that medicine if it turns out I don't need the items in here to fill up my slots. Ooh, no, we definitely want that. That's 10th rare trading card, I think. I believe. Yeah, because we have 2 here, and I think we've turned in 8. If I'm right, when we go back to the police station, we'll get the toolbox, which gives us infinite tools, meaning we can break down all of our weapons. That is actually huge. Yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. This is great. That's perfect. So we just go kill the crab boss, go back to the police department, break down all of the weapons we've been saving up. I'm stoked. Let's do this. Something is going to go horribly wrong. I know it. There's no way I can be this ready. Like, given how hard we struggled on the last boss, there's no way I can be this excited, this confident, and not have things go horribly wrong. Alright, dead end. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna go wrong, but somehow this crab boss is gonna kick my butt, even though I have like 4 revives. I think 10 medicine 4s. Oh, fuck me. Oh god. Oh. So that's not a crab. Also, I almost never cuss. I cannot remember the last time I said the F word out loud, and I just did on stream. Um, this is a cockroach. This is the boss I genuinely said I don't know if I can kill. I guess the crab is on floor 60, not floor 50. I don't know what to do. Um, I don't know this boss's attack patterns. I don't know how much damage it's gonna deal, how much damage I deal, how much health it has. All I remember for sure is the gimmick of the fight is that it has 2 modes, well, like 2 copies of itself, and if you kill one while the other is still alive, the other will resurrect the first. And yeah, I know that the idea is you need to kill both cockroaches at roughly the same time. You have a small window to do it. But beyond that, I genuinely don't know how I'm gonna do this fight. Um, sorry, my mind's just I'm trying to reset. I was all ready for the boss to fight, thinking about the cockroach, or not the cockroach, the crab. Okay, well, I think what I'm gonna do is I needed to go to the bathroom. I wasn't gonna worry about it before because I figured I'd be able to deal with the crab pretty easily. But I'm gonna run to the crab, then I'll come back and see if I can beat the bathroom or not. Yeah, that sentence is exactly what I meant. That 100%. But no, I'll be back in like 1 minute. Hopefully, my brain will have reset itself and I'll be able to focus in and we'll find a way to beat the boss. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. For the record, I guess I never knew for a fact where the cockroach boss was. What I knew was There were 5 reskins of previous bosses and 3 unique bosses. So I just assumed the 5 reskins of bosses we fight in the main game would be the first 5 bosses, and then the last 3 bosses would be the new ones. No, you fight 4 reskins, 1 new one reskin, then 2 new bosses. I shouldn't have assumed things. Oh, let's see what we can do. Alright, so we hit it for, what, 220? I guess the second one doesn't spawn in right away. That must be the case. Ah, I keep missing. Okay. Ah. So now it starts flying. Oh, and then shoots fire. Oh, I see. Then there's a small one. Okay, yeah. Oh god, that was a ton of damage. What the hell? Oh god, then we respawn right into fire? Okay, when I saw how little damage the physical attack was dealing, I was like, okay, I don't need to worry too much. I won't heal. Then the fire hit us and killed us from like 500 health because it hit us twice. Okay. Well, the good news is they don't seem to be too difficult to dodge, at least. Like, the attacks seem pretty straightforward. Oh god. I say and then I get hit. Let's heal up. Yeah, the first thing I'm going to try is, or focus on, is just trying to learn how to avoid them. And so far, it seems to be fine. Nothing too amazing, but nothing too... Oh god, I got hit while equipped with the wrong armor, so I took a bunch of extra damage. But yeah, okay. So in terms of just avoiding getting hit, this fight doesn't seem too bad so far. The one on the ground does seem a bit more tricky to dodge. It like hits us with its antenna or something. Yeah, that attack seems more difficult to dodge than the other one. But these don't seem to have other attacks. It seems it's just those two. So that, oh my god, that attack is fast though. Both in coming out and he attacked us quickly, like back to back. Yeah, that, ow! Okay. Jeez. Okay. The question right now is, even if we can avoid damage, out heal them, whatever, how do we actually hurt them? Because right now I'm doing okay at like avoiding them, out healing their damage or whatever, and I even got my pre-raise buff up. But how do I actually like ever get in there and swing at them? Yeah, see, he just ran into me, I took collision damage, and then he darted back. Ah. Dude, I stopped moving. That was stupid. Okay. Right. So yeah, as long as we have pre-raise up, we will be mostly fine, even if we screw up. And then even without pre-raise, we do have a few revives in our inventory, so that should help. But how exactly do we hit these things? Oh god! We got hit, poisoned, and then stun locked, and just immediately died. Oh my god, this is... Ah! I cannot believe I was confident. I mean, I know why. I thought I was going to be fighting a different boss, but dear god. Ah! Okay. So we were doing fine until we moved in to try to attack, and that's where things went really south for us. So for now, let's just stay away, look to get pre-raised up again. Heal as we need. Okay, so we still need a bit more energy for pre-raise, but not a ton. Yeah, see, this is the case where using Liberate would make things so much easier, because it would make it so I don't need to worry about how to get close to them to attack. But that also is why I don't want to use it, because I feel like it removes a big part of what makes this fight interesting. So let's see how things go. I may wind up using it regardless, just because, oh my god! What? Oh, just nutty, man. Like, they hit so hard is one of the big things. Yeah, that ground one is kicking my butt. The one in the air I can seem to avoid pretty consistently. But the ground one hits me and then I get stun locked. Get hit a second time by it. Potentially get staggered and wind up getting hit by the air one. Okay, yeah. Anyway, right now we're trying to get pre-raise up again. Okay, the ground one did attack twice. So let's quickly do our armor swap trick. Okay. Pre-raise should be up. I cannot imagine the crab fight will be harder than this, despite the fact it's 10 floors up. Ah, no, run back! Oh, we got hit. Yeah, that antenna attack is so difficult. I don't know how to avoid it. And then how do we hit that thing? Like, even if we avoid getting hit by him, how do we ever get close enough to hit him ourselves? The air one at least seems to move slower, so maybe we can get into hit it. Ah! The air one managed to fly away. That sucks. Oh my god. Yeah, this is to the point where I feel like maybe I will just need to use Liberate. That might be my only option there. Here, I don't know. But still, let's keep working at it. I mean, we haven't been trying for too long, so if I could figure out how to consistently dodge the antenna attack, I think the fight would be manageable. But that's the attack I can't figure out how to avoid. And see there, what was different about those two times? Like, what did I do other than just keep running? Okay. This is our only opportunity to switch armor. No! Ah! Oh my god! So this will burn one of my revive items. This fight is insane, man. Yeah, see, I got a hit in there, but it required I tank a hit in exchange. And then I just burned another revive. Okay, screw it. I will, at some point, try to fight this boss without using revive, but it ain't gonna be today. Or not revive, without liberate. Today, we just cheese the boss, because I don't see another option. Yeah, I think I would like to try doing this run at some point, where I beat every boss, including this one. Oh my god, I might just straight up game over here. I don't think I come back. I think our parasite energy is going to take too long to regenerate for us to come back if I can't figure out how to dodge attacks. Like, look at that. I already got hit again. I just want to get pre-raise up, and then I'll start worrying about other things. Ah! Oh my god, this is insane. And it's just that one antenna attack is so crazy. I guess what I could be doing is I could be using haste. That's probably what I should be doing. That I am not. But yeah, I think I need to go for the haste spell if I ever want to go into attack. So let's give that a shot real quick. Oh my god, how do I get out of here? The fire's blocking my path. Okay, the brown one already attacked twice, but it's about to attack again. What the? Okay. Like, sometimes we do dodge the antenna attack, sometimes we even dodge both of them, not just one. So if I could figure out what we're doing to allow that, that might make this fight more manageable. And of course, there is always the option that we just go grind a bunch of levels. Oh my god. Like, see there, what was I supposed to do? I got hit twice and I don't see any way I would have moved out of the way. There, I got hit. Like, what can I do here? And we are almost out of medicine 4, so... let's try using haste. I think it's just going to be necessary for any strategy we do, that we have haste up. Okay. So we dodged 2 attacks there. Swap armors back. Yes, maybe we can just permanently haste ourselves. Maybe that is what we need to do. Like, whenever haste wears off, we cast it again. Oh, not medic. Ah, for some reason I couldn't find haste in the menu for a second. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we just need to permanently haste ourselves. Because with haste, we definitely dodge that attack. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I burned through a lot of healing items trying to fight this without haste. Because I'm used to not having enough parasite energy to just constantly spam the haste spell. But we have a ton more energy than I'm used to, plus, added perk, casting haste makes it easier to... oh god, yeah, we just get hit here. Casting haste does make it easier for us to do the armor swap trick to reset our regenerate. Yeah, so far I think we've got 3 hits in total, 2 on... wait. I'm trying to remember how the fight started. It's been so long. We hit the cockroach that started the fight off twice. But then it turned into the flying one. And then we hit the new ground cockroach once. Okay. So right now we've hit the flying one twice, the ground one once. That's where we're at. See, like there we just dodged both attacks without having haste equipped. Or active. I don't know what to do. Like why sometimes we can dodge it seemingly easily without haste. And other times we get hit, but... okay, so we hit the flying one for a 3rd time. Yeah, let's just permanently haste ourselves. We've hit the flying one 3 times, the ground one time. Oh my god. Yeah, he kind of cornered me so I couldn't see a way to dodge. Alright. Then we'll go for the armor swap trick the next time we get a window. Ground one attacks once, he attacks the second time, now we do armor swap. I so wish we would have just walked down 10 flights of stairs, gone to the elevator on floor 40, and left and saved. I never expected to struggle like this in this fight. To be fair, I was 100% expecting to fight the crab boss, not this boss. This is the boss I've been dreading since I started the run, so, you know. Alright. Now we've hit the flying one 4 times, the ground one once. Ah, yeah. Okay. Ever since I decided to start spamming case, this fight has felt a lot more manageable, which makes sense. The problem is, I still know how to hit the ground one with any sort of reliability. Ah, no! I tried... Oh god, that's the worst part. I tried to walk toward the ground one to attack it while it was in its attack animation, and I ran into the collision box of the flying one. Because yes, even though it's flying in the air, it will cause collision damage as though it were on the ground. Ah, no, I... He said ran out, I didn't... Ah. Okay, wait till it attacks. There's one attack. Here's the second. Okay. Armor swap because we need energy. Next turn we use heal 3. Okay. Not quite at full, but very close to it. We'll need hate. Right now. Ah, no, God! The flying one freaking collision box got me. I bumped into the flying one, and that let me get, or that made me get staggered long enough that it then was able to hit me multiple times, and the ground one was even able to follow up. Oh my god! It's weird, the attack pattern of these enemies isn't very complicated, and yet it's still one of the hardest ones I've found to navigate this entire challenge run. And to be honest, the only thing that is making me genuinely frustrated is the fact that we can collide with the air one, even though it is clearly in the air. If not for that, I wouldn't be angry about anything. It would be like frustrating and difficult, but I would find that to be like a normal level of frustration and difficulty for a video game, at least when doing a challenge run. But the fact that everyone can just body block because I can't walk wherever it is super frustrating. Oh well. We did just get our second hit in on the small one. So we have now hit each one several times. We hit the flying one 4 times, the ground one 2 times. I don't know that any of my attacks have crit, but I'm just going to assume they haven't. Basically, our thought process is we need to hit each one the same number of times. That way they will both be at the same health, more or less, and thus we will, whenever one dies, the other one will be right next to death. And yes, I don't know if you saw it there. I just straight up ran at the ground one when I was getting ready to attack, and accepted that I would get hit in order to get a hit in. That was the only way I've been able to think of to be able to hit the ground one. I don't like it, but I think it works as long as we can keep our healing cycle up properly. If we hadn't burned so many healing items at the start of the fight before I started using haste, I might actually feel confident with this fight. Ah, no. Miss. Yeah, that was dumb. Okay, it's gonna attack again. I didn't have haste up, so there was no chance of me dodging. I guess the big thing is I don't know how much HP these things have, so I don't know how close I am to killing either of them. Like, if they each had 2,000 HP, that'd be one thing. If they each have 5,000 HP, very different thing. Oh my god, and then no! Yeah, and the flying one, one mishap, I just instantly get got. Let's actually cast haste. I'm low, and I don't have pre-raise up, so we need to be very safe for now. It's funny that the flying one is the one that deals the most damage and is the most difficult to deal with. And yet, it's also the one we get hit by the least. It's like, yeah, it's the easiest one to dodge, but it still is the most troubling one of them. Okay. I think we have time to do the armor swap. Alright, we did get hit, which sucks, but right now our goal is just save up enough PE to cast re-raise, or pre-raise. Come on, attack again. You know you want to. Alright. Nope. I think it's gonna attack one more time, right? Yeah. Okay. Armor swap. You know what? I'm actually going to look up how much HP these guys have, just so I get an idea how long this pattern is gonna have to last if we want to rely on it. So first we'll pre-raise. And then I'm gonna pause the game and go look up the guide. Uh, yeah, okay, Brady guide, or Brady games. Let's find the bestiary. Man, if I would have done this before and learned that the cockroach boss was here, things would have been so wildly different. I should have just looked up more information. Anyway, let's see. Nope, those are enemies. Oh, that's the Triceratops boss. Apparently, the one we fought in the Chrysler building had 600 HP in both forms. Good to know. But for the cockroaches, okay, so the cockroach has 4,200 health. With us dealing 200 or so damage, that means we need probably 20 attacks, maybe 21 on each half. That, I don't know, man. So I'm just sitting here thinking, like, can I even do this? Okay. Well, we've hit the flying one 4 times, the ground one 2 times. That's, what? Uh, 1,200 damage. They have a total of 8,400 HP. I mean, yeah, it might be manageable. Maybe. Let's keep trying and then see. I don't think, yeah, I don't have enough energy. Oh, wait, I do have just enough energy to haste. Thank God. So glad I had enough energy for that. Now, the ground one did its 2 tentacle attacks. That gives us a small window to armor swap. We have pre-raise up. Don't have enough energy to heal. Oh, no! God, that's so frustrating. If I get touched by the flying one, I pretty much just instantly die. And that's whether I get touched by fire or by its body, just from the collision box. Okay, so first... Okay. So it did 2 tentacle attacks for the ground one. The flying one did its fire attack. That gives us a brief moment where we can maybe get the armor swap off. I need to haste now. Alright, and I think I'm fine to save up for pre-raise. After that, we want to save for heal 3. Try to get close to 700 of health, and go from there. Need to recast haste. Here I tried something. I don't know if it's the right idea, but I moved in closer to the ground one to try to bait the second tentacle attack out sooner. Or I guess antenna attack out sooner. Because he doesn't seem to use it if you run too far away. And then you can be stuck sitting there waiting for him to use his second attack for quite a while. I missed. Sucks. This fight is a nightmare for this run. Not gonna lie, this is probably the fight I dreaded the most coming into the run. And I was definitely not expecting to fight it today. Oh. Yeah. If only I had known. Okay, armor swap crit. The good news is we have bought ourselves a small window. Since we have pre-raise up and are over 600 health, that is very good. Okay. We do need to heal up again. But also, we have quite a bit of parasite energy while being reasonably healthy and having pre-raise up. We might be pulling out of the spiral we were in. Yeah, okay. I did not mean to hit run away from battle. I meant to try to do the armor swap again. Alright. But yeah, if we can stay at this state, I think things are fine. The trick is not getting to the point where we need to cast pre-raise again. And just keeping our health, or our health happy. What? I can't talk. The trick right now, I think, is just keeping our health up, having pre-raised on, and having lots of energy so that we can keep casting haste as needed, or heal spells, or whatever else. Because if we can keep everything as high up as possible, then that buys us a big margin if we ever want to take a risk to go into attack. which I think is what we will need. Okay. Like here, we're 100 health down, more or less, but our energy is almost full, and we have pre-raise up. So I think this is about as good a situation as we'll ever get to try to go in for an attack. The question is, which one do we try to attack? I I genuinely forget. I think we've hit the ground one 3 times now, and the flying one 4 times. The flying one may be easier to hit of the 2, so I think we do wanna focus on trying to hit the ground one. Ah! Okay. Nope, it moved out of the way. That was bad. Has haste and move. We need dodge the second antenna attack. Heal. Then do the armor swap trick. Okay. Actually, yeah. Bait 2 more antenna attacks. Heal, and then we can go for the armor swap. But first, we also need a cascade again because it's about to wear off by then. Yep. So we did get ourselves a chance to go in and try to attack. We just missed. But this does show how the strategy works. We got all of our bars to full, had pre-raise up, and had a chance to run in and attack. We missed, sure, but even if we had hit, we would have still needed to heal up afterwards, so... Ah, no, we didn't have haste up, so we got hit. Yeah, that was my bad. I needed to cast haste again, and I didn't. Alright. So... Man, this fight's gonna take forever. Even if I can win, which I am not certain of, to be honest. No, I got hit by the... That sucks. It didn't immediately translate into us dying, but it very well could have. I so wish I had just gone back down the stairs. If only I had known which boss I would be fighting. Oh my god, look at how low my health is. I do have pre-raise up though, so there is that, but still. Ah. This is gonna be a nightmare. This is... Watch this just be the rest of the stream. I don't even have energy to cast haste now. But yeah, this may well be like the rest of the stream. Assuming I don't just at some point spiral to the point of just dying. It said the important part is we do see how to make this work. Like, we've gotten to the point where it is definitely winnable. And notice I didn't even need haste to dodge the second antenna attack there. That wasn't a flex, I saw that I didn't need to, so I went for the heal instead. But also there, I was able to bait the second antenna attack right away by walking toward him and then just dipping out to avoid the attack. The worst part is I know how much easier this would be if I just used the Liberate. Because right now, we're at the point where I can just avoid taking damage. Not avoid taking damage. Avoid having damage stick. I can basically heal however much I need. The issue at this point is just figuring out how to deal damage to the enemy. And you know what? I'm going to start using Liberate. I don't like it. Oh my god. But I'm at the point where this fight would take forever if I don't. And I am not prepared. If I knew what I was getting myself into, I could have prepared better for this fight. Man, it just feels like such a cheap way to beat enemies. You know, I guess that's what it comes down to, though. In the end, this just means I will have to do a no gun run one more time. And then when I do, I'll do a no gun run, and then like no offensive parasite energy ability will be a restriction as well. Wait, what even hit me there? Genuinely, I didn't see anything connect with me. Well, this is a huge problem. I might just game over. I might have one more revive left, but if not, this is in a potential game over state. Oh my god. Yeah, because I have no medicine left, so the only way I can heal now is with parasite energy. Yeah, we're at the point where I am not even going to try to attack with my club. I am just going to use the Liberate. I hate it, but without more preparation, it is genuinely the only way I can do this. But first, we cast pre-raise. Also, did you notice I managed to dodge 4 antenna attacks in a row there? I don't feel like I did anything particularly differently, so I don't know why I was able to there, but other times I get hit by every single one. But anyway, okay, we're going with cheese. I hate it. I wanted to try to do this fight straight up normally. But the boss wanted to throw this gimmick battle at me, and I call it a gimmick because of the fact I have to kill both halves at the same time, more or less. For the record, if I didn't have to worry about killing both halves at the same time, this fight would be an entirely different matter, because I would just focus one part down, kill it, and then kill the other one once the battle has been simplified, which is what you do in so many battles in this game. Like the Centipede boss, for instance. That fight is actually very manageable, mostly because you can, like, focus on killing one of the Centipede parts right away, and then that'll reduce how much you have to worry about by 25%. This fight is different. It's the only fight in the game where you cannot just kill one part of it. That's what, 220 damage? Piece? Right. So I think it did mostly hit the flying one, which is a bit frustrating, because we do want to try to split our damage. Oh my god! But also that showed one drawback of using Liberate. It does stagger you after the fact. Meaning you will often get hit after you cast the Liberate. Alright, we do armor swap trick. Oh god. I almost ran into the fire. The good news is we have pre-raised up still. We didn't lose that. So now we just need to store up energy while avoiding damage. So we can cast the Liberate again, maybe? And we just did about 1100 damage to the flying one. So yeah, I think Liberate is fine, but we do need to be mindful of the fact that the bottom one hasn't taken anywhere near as much damage as the top one has. So we may wind up struggling to kill both halves at the same time. Yeah, and we take a hit there because I didn't cast haste. I was being greedy. Oh my god. Ah, nope. I might just die here. I mean, I have pre-raise, so it won't be a game over, but it would be a death. Oh my god, we got out. But yeah. I do want to come back and try this fight without using Liberate at some point, but I would need to do a lot more prep work. Oh, okay. Mind you, even with Liberate, it's not like the fight becomes easy. It just becomes much less tedious to try to deal damage to the enemy. I would feel a lot less bad about using cheese to defeat a boss if I hadn't already demonstrated that I can effectively stay alive forever against the boss. So, I mean, this shows we can repeat the cycles we've been doing, and I would never die. So the only question is how long would it actually take to kill the boss? And that is why I feel willing to go ahead and use a cheese strat of just spam Liberate. That said, I do want to think about something real quick. We hit the flying enemy 4 times, and I believe Liberate hit it 5 more times. So I believe that 9 times 220 damage. So what would that be? God, 1800 plus 1880, so 1980 damage. So the flying enemy should have about 2200 more health, thereabouts. The reason we want to think about that is I don't want to kill the flying enemy with Liberate while the ground enemy still has a ton of health. Ideally, what we'll do is we'll kill the flying enemy or get it really low by using Liberate, and then we will kill it with a melee attack, and then just use the Liberate to finish off the ground enemy. That is my goal. Now, how well it works out, I don't know, but that is my current thought process. One to the air. So it's now 2 and 2. Okay, so that was what, 4 and 3, I believe? So we get a ton of damage on us here. Okay. So I just want to think real quick. I think we hit the ground one there 4 times, the air one 3 times. I'm going to treat each Liberate hit as this dealing the same damage as our club hit. I think it's close enough that should be fine. I believe we had hit the ground one 3 times before, and then Liberate hit it twice for 5. And then 4 from the new Liberate would be 9. We had hit the flying one 4 times and Liberate hit it 5 times, so that was 9 plus 2 is 11. So my ballpark estimate is that we've hit the flying one for about 2,400 damage, the ground one for about 2,000 damage. I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark. The reason this matters is I'm trying to keep track roughly how close I am to be able to kill them with one liberate. If I can get the damage thresholds to the right point, it might be possible that our last liberate kills both halves at the same time. Yeah, I should have cast haste. That was my bad. And then I don't have to worry about hitting one with the club at all. I don't know if the damage thresholds will work out that way, but I'm hoping they do. Okay. Armor swap again. Yeah, the fire is coming out, so we definitely need to run. Okay. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is we treat it as we need to hit each of them 20 times to kill them. That's probably a little off, but it should be close enough. But anyway, if we treat it as we need to hit each one 19, 20 times, somewhere in that ballpark, whether it's with club or liberate, then we can just count the number of times we hit him. Right now, I believe it's 11 to the flying one, 9 to the ground one. Meaning we need 8 more hits to the flying one, 13 more to the ground one, is what I'm just spitball estimating. And if that's right, then I think 2 liberates should get us there, with both halves dying at the same time. Not sure, but I think it might work. Okay, haste again. By the way, I will say one thing. As cheesy as my current strat is, I do like the idea that we are beating the strongest enemies with magic, effectively accepting that the only way Aya can defeat the most powerful mitochondrial foes is to use magic. You know, the magic that she has because of her own mitochondrial power. I do like that. As like, I think it's a cool little bit of, I don't know what you would call it, symbolism, lore, parallel. Anyway, I think we've hit the flyer 11 times, the ground one 8 times. Let's see how this adds to that. No, that ground one 9 times, not 8 times, sorry. 1 and 1. Two, 3, 4. So 4 and 2. Please hit the ground one again. Yeah, 4 and 3. Okay. So if I'm right, that means we've hit the flyer 15 times, the ground one 12 times. I'm staggered, so I'm gonna get hit. But I did, I don't know if you noticed, I made sure I had haste up before casting Liberate. That was why I was able to run out before the second antenna attack hit me. Oh god, I baited the second antenna attack in like I meant to, and then I just got hit by it. Like, I caused the enemy to do exactly what I wanted it to do, but then I just failed to dodge. Ah. So now I no longer have pre-raise. This is a very tricky situation. We'll need to use heal 3 before we go for another pre-raise. That way we aren't in risk of just dying super easily. Mind you, if we get staggered by the fire attack, it is quite possible that we do die here. Without pre-raise, it is very dangerous, even when we are at 630 health. Now, it's only that dangerous if we get hit by the fire attack. But the big fear is if we walk into the flying enemy, that could stagger us, which could then get us hit by the fire attack, which could then get us hit by double antenna attack. That is how we die from like over 600 health. Alright, I think we have enough for pre-raise. Yeah, okay. God, this fight is way more difficult than the crab fight would have been. Oh well. The game gave us a cheesy boss, so we will cheese even harder. One, dart in, bait the second attack, armor swap. For the record though, we have clearly demonstrated the cycle of how to not die to this fight. The only difficulty from beyond what we've shown is figuring out how to deal the damage you need. So with the club, we could just repeat this cycle over and over and basically go, well, you know, eventually we will hit him with our club and kill him. That said, I'm thinking about how much damage we've done to the boss, and I'm worried. I believe we need 4 more Liberate hits to kill the flying one, but I think we need 8 more hits to kill the ground one. If that is correct, 1 Liberate here could screw us over depending on who it targets. If it hits 4, maybe 5 times to the flyer, it will kill the flyer but not kill the ground one. And I am worried about that possibility. Also, yes, we did just get hit. I don't know if we only got hit by an antenna or if we also got some collision damage there. It was a lot of damage, though. So yeah, I am genuinely worried about how we win from this position without triggering a respawn. Let's recast haste, armor swap. That's 1 attack, that's 2 attacks, now we armor swap. And yes, I am armor swapping despite the fact that our energy is nearly full. The reason being, it resets your regeneration rate, which does matter even if you don't need energy right away. Also, I didn't see haste had worn off, so that's why we got hit. And then because we got hit, even with haste, I was able to get out of the range. Stuff like this is why this fight's so difficult. Okay. So yeah, right now we want to save up for Liberate. Then ideally, Liberate would hit the flying one 2 times and the ground one 5 times. That would leave both halves alive and mean the next Liberate would kill both. That is the dream scenario here. Will it happen? I'm guessing not, but let's find out. Need you to do second attack. Yep, now we can armor swap. And I do probably want to recast haste before we cast the Liberate. That way we have haste after we come out of Liberate. Yeah, and see, it already ran out. Okay, so here's this. Now we just need our bar to fill up. Let's wait for 1 attack, the second attack, dodge it, then Liberate. That'll give us the most time before they attack after we come out in our stagger 1. Just hit the bottom one 5 times, please. That would be such good RNG. 3. There's the second to the flyer. No! I think we may be screwed here. It'll depend on exactly how much damage we've done. I'm not sure. Yep, see, we killed the bottom, or the top one. This is a problem. Yeah, we have to try to kill the top one, or the ground one very fast. So that it can't summon. See, it has an 8. This is a nightmare. That egg is going to come out, and it's going to spawn the other one. Oh my god, I don't... Yeah, I think we're screwed. I don't know just how long it takes for it to summon, but there's no way we get enough energy to cast Liberate before it does. I'm pretty sure. Yep, see? Target 3, and the worst part is now if we use the Liberate, it'll just kill the top one, and the bottom one will summon another. That said, I do think we want to do that, because that's going to be the best way to get their health thresholds close to one another. Because the top one now should have 4,200 health. Oh, so is it me, or is the bottom one a bit smaller than it was before? I wonder if it's still growing in size, or if I'm just delusional. Okay, yeah, it was still just growing in size. Now it's reached the size I was expecting. Okay, so we have to use the Liberate again. That'll kill the Flyer. The bottom one... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it'll kill the Flyer. The bottom one will then take some number of hits. And that will put it ahead of the other one in damage by however many hits it takes from Liberate. Because right now, the Flyer is very close to death, but the bottom one is at full health. And there's no way I can do anything about that. That's just... Yeah, I'm just screwed if I... this is so frustrating! I hate this fight! I was not ready for this fight at all. Oh my god, then I get hit by the fire because I'm bad. Genuinely, I planned on not streaming this fight today, even if I got through the other floors fine. I planned to like do the rest of the museum before coming to this fight. Because I knew how difficult it would be. But yeah, okay. So I think we have to try and figure out how we manage to Liberate, though. Well, the good news is we have figured out how to effectively... Oh my god, the fire blocked my path. Oh, and I had the wrong armor equipped too. Anyway, we have effectively figured out how to handle this fight. Other than figuring out how to get the right damage on each part. So, I am so unhappy right now. Why couldn't the crab fight have been on floor 50 and the cockroach fight on floor 60? It's really all I want. Oh well. The good news is if we get past this floor, then floor 60 should be easy by comparison. I guess the other thing is, if we were using our club instead of Liberate, it would be easier to ensure damage goes where we want. That said, we 100% would have killed this boss if Liberate would have just attacked the bottom part 4 times, or maybe even 5 times, instead of focusing the top half. So, you know, RNG kind of screwed us, is what I'm saying. So the flyer dies, and we don't care. The only thing that matters is how many times the bottom one gets hit, which so far has been 4. Oh, fuck. That's the worst thing that could happen. I did not want the bottom one to get hit 4 times. Because now it's just going to turn into a flying one. No, I wonder just how many times it will repeat this cycle if you let it. I've never tried, but I would be curious to find out. Now, I'm not planning to do that today, but like, I am tempted to get to like a super high level, get really strong, to where you can just kill each piece very quickly, and then see how many times would it actually take. Yeah, and we can't even hit the egg to stop it from spawning. Oh, look at how tiny it is. Imagine if in this fight, like, each time it respawns smaller and with less health. So at least when you kill it, that would make it weaker, or at least easier to kill in follow-up rounds. That would make this at least a little bit less frustrating. Okay. So I don't think it actually attacks while it's smaller, is that right? It didn't use its antenna attack until it grew to full size. I mean, maybe that's just coincidence, but it would be an interesting pattern to be aware of. It's true. Oh my god, this fight! So yeah, I think we just go back to using Liberate now, and then track which half or which part gets hit how many times, with the knowledge that the flying part is currently +5 up. So we need to hit the bottom part basically 5 more times than we hit the top part right now. Oh my god, I walked into him. Okay. We go for Liberate. Let's see which one gets hit how many times. One and one. 1 and 2. 2 and 2. 3 and 3. Oh, it focused the top one again. Why does it what? I don't want to get hit, keep getting hit the most. Okay, so now the 2 pieces have effectively been hit 9 times for the top half, 3 times for the bottom. That is a problem, because I think we need 19 or 20 hits for each half. That said, I do think we might be able to kill one piece with the club at some point, and then just immediately liberate the other piece down. It'll just be a matter of getting the health threshold right. Yeah, imagine if I was trying to do this fight without Liberate. Granted, if I did it without Liberate, I would probably be able to track health perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but well enough that we wouldn't have to worry about respawns. The only difficulty then would be worrying about, like, actually getting the hits in. Alright. Yeah, I believe it's been 9 and 3 for the attack. And so we need 10 and 16 more hits to kill each part, is what I think. 10 and 16. Okay, we'll do one more armor swap. Try to max out our regen for after we liberate. And then we just go for liberate here. Also, yep. I love the quote. Most people know it from Ghost in the Shell. I'm curious how many people know it from Salinger. Okay, so that is 14 and 6. This is definitely a problem. Ah! Okay. Don't have enough energy for haste yet. Now we do. Yeah, I love Catcher in the Rye. I wish more people would read it. My understanding is a lot of high schools don't even teach it anymore, which is a shame. Interestingly, my high school taught Catcher in the Rye, but I didn't read it for class because my class read The Great Gatsby instead, which is totally fair. Between the two, I think The Great Gatsby is probably a little bit better, but I think I actually enjoy The Catcher in the Rye more. Mostly because I don't like any of the characters in The Great Gatsby. And I at least understand and kind of relate to the main character in Catcher in the Rye. Come on, attack. That's one attack. Whip your intents the second time. Cool. One. And one. Two. And two. Just don't hit the flyer again. Darn it. Why does it keep focusing the flyer? That's the one I don't want it to hit. I swear it's done this every time I've used the spell. It focuses the flying one, even though that's the one I wouldn't want it to hit. Oh, so wait, it didn't kill the thing? I was almost certain that... Now I'm confused. Oh my god, I just had a realization. I wonder if when they change from ground to flyer, if maybe that doesn't keep the damage, like their health resets. Because either I am way off on my damage counts, or otherwise the flyer has taken well over 4,200 damage so far. Ah! Okay. We get over here. By the way, hi, thanks for stopping in. You caught me at a very, I don't even know if I'd call it intense fight, but difficult fight. So my focus is probably going to be on the fight for a little while. Hope you're doing well, though. You get to enjoy, or you get to watch me enjoy trying to kill a cockroach. Now there's 2 pieces to this cockroach, and we've already killed each one once. And that is frustrating. Ah, okay. So we are at least at full health. We'll swap our armor to reset our mana regeneration rate. Ah, wrong button. Oh wait, we're not at full health, but we are close enough. Okay, so we are at max energy, so we could cast the Liberate, but first let's cast Haste, so we have it for after we use the Liberate. Now this, I believe, will kill the flyer, but we'll see. The flyer 3, 4. Again, it's hitting the flyer more than the ground one. I don't like 5 times. Why does it keep doing that? It's been every time I used it, it hit the flying half more than the bottom half. But yeah, the problem is whenever it does that, the bottom half will then just summon the flying half with that. I mean, technically what happens is it creates an egg, the egg becomes the ground half, and then that the big one becomes another flyer. See what I mean? And I don't know how to deal with it. Now, ideally, what we would do is we would damage both parts so much that they were both close to death, then cast the Liberate and kill them both at the same time, but I have not been able to get that to work. Partially because of the RNG on Liberate. Oh, wait, I just had a thought. It hit the ground half only 2 times. The ground half then became the flyer, meaning so far the flyer, I think, has only been hit 2 times? No, wait, it had been hit before that last Liberate too, though. Darn it. Anyway, what I was thinking is maybe because it focused so much on hitting the part that wound up dying, we would be able to... Or wait, I need to pause. My hope was maybe if Liberate focused the piece that wound up dying so many times, it wouldn't hit the other one many times. And thus that other one wouldn't have much damage marked on it. Yeah, sorry, talking while fighting is difficult because these enemies are a pain to not get hit by. Yeah, the worst part of all this is I could absolutely stay alive forever against this boss. The only difficulty is figuring out how to kill it. One, two. Yeah, I think maybe I would have been better off hitting it with the club instead of trying to use the Liberate after all. Even though hitting it with the club is so difficult. I think that was 4 hits to the bottom one, 3 hits to the top one, which is actually good for us, I believe. Yeah, do we have enough for haste? No. Okay. There's haste. This is why I did not want to fight this boss. I thought the crab boss was on this floor, and I was so excited to take him on. Because, comparatively speaking, he is a joke. Oh, haste wore off just in time. Hopefully we get out of here okay. Yeah, okay. Heal 3. Yeah, someday I'll actually come back and redo this challenge run and defeat this boss without using Liberate. But that will have to wait till another day because right now, I just don't know how to get in close to hit him with my club. Oh man, darn it. Haste wore off at an inopportune moment there. The hitting the bottom one is kinda easy if you're willing to take a hit in exchange. Like I did there. So maybe that's what I ought to do. The problem is I lost track of how many times the flyer has been hit. So I don't know what its health threshold is like. So that makes this really tricky. If I had been tracking their stats better, or their health better, I would probably go in and try to hit the ground one with the club like I did there. And have that be like my current plan. Yeah, the curse of being immortal while your opponent is also immortal is real. Ah, shoot, no. Okay. My concern there was I would get hit by the flyer, and that fire attack not only deals a lot of damage, but we could also get staggered long enough that we would take more damage than we could afford. I did want to tank one hit to hit the ground one. The problem was just it wasn't one hit, it was going to be like 3 or 4 hits. Oh god. So we need to heal. Then I'll switch armors again. Then I'll cast haste. And then we can look to go in for damage. Oh no! God, no. It worked, except when I went in to go for the damage like I planned, I got hit by the flyer, not just the ground. It's so funny, the flying enemy is actually the easiest enemy in this stage, or this boss battle to avoid. Basically, I could avoid him forever if I didn't have to worry about the other enemy. The only time I get hit by the flyer is if I screw up because I'm distracted or something like that. Or I am dealing with the other enemy and I get, like, that leads to me getting hit by the flyer. Of course I say that, then I immediately get hit. Yeah, I might actually wind up game overing here. It's a very real possibility. We need haste immediately. But no, this all started going downhill as soon as I decided to go in for a club attack. When I started going in for my melee attacks, things got way worse. That's because trying to get into melee range to attack them makes things way, way, way more difficult. And that's why I was trying to rely on using Liberate instead. Though, for the record, I do regret that decision. If I would have stuck to my club attack the whole time, I think we could have done this fight. Like, honestly, I think we would be about ready to win the fight right now. Okay. Not enough energy for haste yet. There's haste. Wait, the second antenna attack, armor swap twice. And then just wait for energy to refill. I'll recast haste. But yeah, we need our energy to refill so we can cast free raise. Haste has worn off, so let's cast that first. God, I wish, like, I would totally reset right now if I wouldn't lose so much progress for doing so. Like, this is a boss I was very much not prepared for, and preparation would help a ton. That said, I am a little happy that we've at least figured out how to fight the boss. Now that I get how both it works and how we can avoid its attacks, I feel like if we started the fight over, I would be fine. A big problem we're running into is in the process of learning how to fight this boss, I burned almost all of my healing items. So now I basically can only heal with magic, and it's very likely that I'll just die if I mess up even a little bit. No! Tried to go in for an attack, it did not work. But that time it did. Okay, so see? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I could definitely do this fight if I redo it. That said, redoing it would mean redoing 10 floors of fights, and that would be a crazy amount of work. So I am going to keep trying the current fight and see how it goes. Recast haste. Switch armor's back. So yeah, we've hit the ground cockroach 3 times with our melee attack. I'm not sure how far ahead it is of the flying part in terms of damage that it's taken. Or wait, no, the ground one is behind it. Because I think the flying one has taken like 1,000 or more damage from Liberate. We missed that. But yeah, I think the idea is we want to hit the ground one a couple more times. And then hopefully we can get it low enough that we can liberate both parts to death at the same time. The problem is I don't know how much damage the top half has taken, so it's difficult to tell when I should use my liberate. I will probably accidentally kill the flying part, and that's what sucks. Okay. Yeah, this is about as good an opportunity as we'll ever get to cast Liberate, so let's give it a shot. Just bait one more attack out first. Oh shoot, Haste Whirl. We'll cast Haste, heal. God. Yeah. Okay, I think we do need to reset if the next round of Liberates don't work. Because otherwise we could be at this forever without making progress. Yeah, if I'm prepared, the next time I go into this fight, I think we'll be fine. So let's just cast Liberate and see. I don't think either part should die here. And ideally, it does focus the bottom one more than the top one, but I doubt it'll happen. For the record, earlier, God, it's still focusing the top one. Why? It hit the flying one 5 times, the ground one twice. That is what keeps screwing us over. For the record, when we started this fight, there was a time where I'm pretty sure we would have won if the Liberate spell would have just hit the bottom one 4 or 5 times instead of some of those attacks going to the top one. I'm pretty sure it was that close where I just needed to hit the bottom one more time than I did and I'd have been fine. And if not, it was I needed it to hit the bottom one 2 more times. You know, that Liberate spell seems biased to attack the top half more than the bottom half. Which could be because the top half always has a lower target number. So maybe it just defaults. Like there's a tie-break situation where it defaults to the one with the lower target number. That said, I think here what we want to do is start punching the low one with our club for a bit. The idea being that I think the upper one is way ahead in terms of how much damage it's taken. So we need to hit the bottom one some to catch up. If I'm right about that, then we want to stop using Liberate and start going for Club Strike. Actually, the problem, of course, is Club Strikes are very difficult to land in this fight. But okay. So we have landed 3 Club Strikes already, but I think we need to go for a lot more. I missed. That sucks. But yeah, I think we want to go for like 8 club strikes before we use the Liberate again. I think it's going to be like roughly that ballpark. Yeah, I didn't want to go for attack because I was afraid the flyer would go in. And it looks like I was right. We timed the attack right, but we were just a little too far away from the enemy. So the attack missed. That sucks. If I could just reload and immediately restart the fight, this would be an entirely different story. Okay. So we did take a hit there, but it was only one, and we got an attack in exchange. So that's big value. Okay, we need haste. By the way, every time one of these die, they respawn, it increases our enemy counter by 2. The reason is, first, they have to summon an egg the other one will spawn from. And so that will count as 1 enemy. That means if we kill 50 of them, the enemy counter will go to 100, and I don't think the game can actually handle that. So I think at some point they will actually stop respawning. I don't know that for a fact, but at some point I would like to try it out. Of course, I would use a gun, not a club. No, no! My attack missed, and then I got hit by the fire from the flyer. That's so frustrating. Let's just do full recover, not cure 3. Okay. Yeah, the flyer isn't difficult. It's just very frustrating in that it makes doing anything a lot more complicated than it would be otherwise. Without the flyer, I could take down the ground one pretty easily. Like, yeah, it would take a good amount of damage, but it would be easy to, like, take 1 hit for every time I wanted to hit it. The problem is the flyer makes it so sometimes I take, 3, 4 hits whenever I go for 1 hit. Plus, I have to worry that I can just walk into the flyer and take a bunch of extra damage because of that. I mean, sometimes it's so bad that you just walk into the flyer, get staggered, and then you just take like 4 hits. Like, yep, that was just me being greedy. Alright, yeah, know what? It sucks, but we're doing it. We're resetting. I don't know how long this fight would... It's just like, oh god, the sunk cost fallacy. I've spent so much time already. But would it actually be faster to restart? Or... Yep, we're restarting. Screw it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. This sucks so much. But to be honest, using Liberate and then not killing both parts with it is what screwed us over in that fight. Because it caused their health pools to be, like, off from one another, and I could never get them back into alignment. So... Part of me wants to go back and kill it. But I am a little frustrated, I will admit. So instead, let's go kill the Triceratops boss. Just so I have the sense of accomplishment and the feeling like I am making progress. Wait, I do need Clamps Key. I don't think I have that in my inventory, do I? No. Okay. Yeah, so just so I feel like I'm making progress, let's go kill the Triceratops. And that should be a complete pushover, because we've already killed the Triceratops in the Chrysler building, which is a stronger version. So yeah, let's just grab Clamp's key, run over, kill the Triceratops, and then we can try going back for the cockroach. God, I cannot believe... like, yeah, there's plenty of room to improve, and I've learned a lot from the fight. So the next time I try it, it will go a lot better. Blah blah blah, all that junk. The problem is, we were so close. The it was either the second or third liberate we used just needed to hit the top half 2 or 3 times, not 4 or more. Instead, it hit it 5 times and screwed us over. It really was that close. Yeah, after that, their health pools were de-staggered, or they were staggered, so they were no longer like lined up, and I could just never get them back to where I needed them to be. Be fair, now that I've fought that fight as many times as I have, I do know that I was wrong in using Liberate the way I did at the start of the fight. I should have gone for like 4 more club hits on the bottom half. If I would have done that, then the second or third Liberate, whichever one killed the top half, would have also killed the bottom half. So we absolutely can defeat the fight. I know how to do it. The next time we fight it, I won't make the same mistakes, and it'll be much better. It should be smoother. But I mean, I genuinely was expecting to fight the crab boss, not the cockroach boss, and I was clearly not prepared. So that sucks. We did lose progress. Wait, did I have 3 armors in my inventory? Why? Uh oh, yeah, I can just use the tool to transfer that point over. Whatever. God, that was so close though. Oh, the important thing is we did learn a lot. The biggest thing is the next time we fight the boss, we won't waste all of our healing items at the start of the fight just trying to figure out how its attack patterns work. And I think that's the thing I need to focus on the most is, yes, we had to quit. Yes, it was a horrible experience. It didn't go well, blah, blah, blah. But it was a fight where we learned a lot, and the next attempt will be way better. So focus on the positive. To be honest, I kind of want to do another run of this challenge run and see how much smoother it goes now that I am way more familiar with everything. I feel like I could beat the game without using a gun way easier now than when I first started this challenge run, so. Also, there are 4 enemies in here. I genuinely didn't see the iguana when the fight first started. I want to kill the armadillo real quick. Reason I'm focusing the armadillo is once we kill enough enemies that there are only 2 enemies on the screen, it can use its roll attack more times. Armadillos are an interesting enemy because if there's 3 or more enemies in the battle, the armadillo can only do its spin attack 1 time. But once there's only 2 enemies, it can do it twice, and once there's only 1 enemy, it can do it 3 times. And I can tell I'm frazzled from that fight. I'm playing this so bad. Okay. Yeah, when I'm in the right headspace and like focused in, knowing what I'm doing, I can kill these Troodons a lot better than I currently am. But yeah, that fight took a lot out of me, and I'm mostly angry with myself because now that I've beaten the fight, or not beaten the fight, but now that I've played the fight a ton, I know exactly what I should have done to beat it. And it just sucks knowing that I lost because I didn't figure it out sooner. Oh well. I wonder how long was I actually at that fight? Dear God, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. And most of that was going through the Chrysler building. Oh well. We did kill the crab in the warehouse before we went to the Chrysler building, so there's that. Sweet. So yeah, we'll have started the stream off with killing one boss. I don't know, we might end the stream. I think I need to come back tomorrow to do the cockroach boss because I think it's going to take a while, and also I just don't think I'm in the right headspace for a fight that's probably going to kick my butt that hard. Which sucks because it'll mean all I've done in this stream is basically 2 boss battles. Well, I guess 1 boss battle and 1 dungeon, but... On the other hand, I could also go kill the T-Rex. That would be fun. Right. I think we just need to go a couple screens south of here and then up some stairs, maybe? Yeah, I just hate ending a stream in defeat. That sucks. I want to end on a high note, not a low note. I guess one high note is these guys are dealing literally 0 damage to me. That's fun. Sure. I normally don't care about medicine 1s or 2s, and I don't even care that much about medicine 3s at this point. But in yesterday's stream, we lost a ton of healing items to the floor 40 boss of the Chrysler building. So right now I'm kind of restocking, so I'll take any healing items for the moment. Yeah, I don't think any of those enemies did any damage. That's funny if so. Alright. By the way, the previous boss of the Chrysler building was a Triceratops, and it gave me a ton of trouble. Genuinely the closest fight I've had, I think, in this entire game. Ever, not just my current run. And it's funny to say that after just giving up on a fight, but that's the thing. It wasn't that I couldn't, or it wasn't that it was the hardest fight, because I've had fights where I just lost. I had to give up. It's like, well, I game over. No, the last time I fought a Triceratops boss over in the Chrysler building, it was incredibly difficult, but it was just manageable enough that I was able to beat it. It was like there were multiple times where I got lucky, dodged an attack, and if I didn't, I would have died. So it was that sort of thing where basically I needed a bit of good luck, a bit of good skill, whatever you want to call it, at key moments. Otherwise, I would have just lost the game. But if I got those dodges in, then I could, as I wound up doing, win. Okay, so we want to use 1 medicine. I'm doing this just to free up an item slot because we do steal when we attack, and we already stole 1 item from this guy. Because we already stole once, I don't think we'll successfully steal again. But this boss does have 2 phases, so it's possible we would. So just in case, let's go ahead and use the 1 item, move it to the next phase. Interestingly, the second phase is actually, in a lot of ways, easier because it uses this lightning attack a bunch instead of the charge attack. And the charge attack it has is actually a lot harder to dodge. Oh, I didn't think we'd level up from that fight. Nice. Okay, we gained a few more bonus points. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely didn't think we would level up, but okay. Oh god, we need 68,000, well, closer to 69,000 more experience to level up. I do think the T-Rex boss that is next gives 100,000 experience, so we'll probably hit that level. I don't know about any levels after that. We might cap out at like level 36. But yeah. And I don't want to end in defeat. I feel so bad. Okay, let's think about it. What would it take to go through 10 floors of the Chrysler building? What time is it? Now, it's already 1 a.m. and I have plans for tomorrow evening. So, yeah, I'm afraid yeah, this is going to be it for me for today. It sucks. I hate ending in defeat, but oh god. Oh wait, I don't think. Oh shoot, I screwed up. I think if I would have gone north, I could have left and gone and saved, but now I have to fight the T-Rex. I did not mean to do this. Oh well. It's fine. We'll kill it, get another level up, whatever, whatever. Wait, if we hug the wall, will it let us get out of here without triggering the fight? I doubt it, but there's a nope. There's a tiny chance it would. By the way, I love that the T-Rex was actually stealthy. After it came to life, it like left this room and started wandering the halls. That is adorable. I'm not sure how it works in terms of how big it is, but it is adorable. But yeah, I wonder if we could have maybe gone directly out of the room and not triggered the thing where the Triceratops knocked us down, and then not had to fight this without going and saving. We might have been able to, might not, I don't know. Oh my god. I didn't think we would take so much damage standing there, but I guess we ate a ton of the fire blast. Wait, I should have just used full recover and saved myself the hassle. Whatever. By the way, the T-Rex is actually easier than the Triceratops in my view. Because the Triceratops has a charge attack that is very difficult to dodge. And it has the ability to just walk around. And that might not sound like much, but it can be very tricky to hit it while it's walking around. The T-Rex mostly stands in one spot. I couldn't quite get out of the way. But you know where it'll be. You can easily line up your attacks. Of course, normally we would take a lot more damage, deal a lot less, but this is New Game Plus. Ah! Again, didn't quite move far enough out of the way. We'll just use Heal Free. Oh, wow, I got hit again. That's bad. But it should be almost dead by this point. Yeah. Alright. Oh. It wasn't worth as much XP as I thought it was. I thought it was worth like 100,000, but I think it was only worth like 30. Okay. So yeah, we're still level 34. We didn't hit 35 like I expected, but that's totally fine. But yeah, with those two bosses down, I think we are going to go back to the police station, drop off a few things, and save. Yeah, I don't really need these medicine 2s or anything, but I'll hang on. Yeah, I'll hang on to them until tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow's stream, I have dinner plans, so I don't know exactly what time it will start. Actually, let's just save here. No, because I am going to the Chrysler building tomorrow, so yeah. We'll go to the police station real quick, and I'll talk. Anyway, I have dinner plans tomorrow. Don't know exactly what time I'll get home and thus what time I'll be able to stream. But my plan is to stream until I defeat that stupid cockroach boss. The only reason I won't is if I get so angry or so frustrated or it takes like 8 hours. So yeah, I may be streaming, until 6 a.m. for me, like just stay up all night streaming if that's what it takes. If it is, it is. Oh well. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I am sorry, mostly to myself, that I couldn't defeat that boss. I was not ready for it, and it took too much. It took me too long to figure out how its attack patterns work and how to fight it. So I burned through all of my resources, and then I even screwed up bad enough that I messed up the HP management. So I let one piece die while the other part didn't, caused the other part to revive the dead part. And then it put us in a cycle where we could just never get the two parts to have their HPs line up. So yeah, it was, I mean, to be frank, I played bad. I made a really bad mistake using Liberate when I shouldn't have. When I used I think it was the third Liberate. Yeah, it could have been. When I used the third Liberate, what I needed to do was hit the ground cockroach 3 more times first. If I would have done that, I think everything would have been fine. And the reason being, with 3 more hits to the bottom part, it would have either died to the last Liberate, or it would have at least been low enough that I could have killed it with a club before it revived the other piece. Not doing that was just dumb on my part, to be frank. Even at the time I thought about it. Because at the time I was thinking to myself, I just needed Liberate to hit the top half 1, 2, or 3 times, hit the bottom half 6, 5, or 4 times, and I would be fine. Instead, Liberate hit the top half 5 times, and I was screwed. So I left it up to RNG. RNG didn't go my way, but I could have avoided that problem by just not relying on RNG. So that's on me. I decided to take a gamble. I thought it was like a 50-50. It was not, I think. I don't know. I don't think the RNG is quite even in there. I think Liberate does target certain enemies more than others, so I think what I thought would be a 50-50 was probably more like a 30-70. But either way, I could have just played the fight out more slowly, learned the attack patterns, got a few more hits in with the club on the ground piece, and then we would have killed him. So now that I know that, I'll definitely be able to beat the boss tomorrow, and that's what we're going to do. We may even be able, no, I'm not even going to say may. I am pretty confident we will then be able to go up to floor 60 and kill the stupid crab boss that I was looking forward to killing today. It's the worst part now that I think about it. I got to floor 50 and I was so confident because I was like, okay, the crab boss is going to be easy. I know its attack patterns. We can beat it, no problem. And of course, turns out it wasn't the crab boss. I even said, I don't know what could happen. I was like, I don't know what could go wrong. But I feel like I'm so confident something is going to go wrong and I'm going to lose. And what went wrong was it was not the crab boss like I thought it was the cockroach boss. So, oh god, now that I think about it, I could have known that. All I had to do was look online to see which boss it would have been. So yeah, I could have just done any research before the fight. I could have watched footage to learn its attack patterns, looked up what boss it was. I could have just played better. There's so many things I could have done. No, sometimes the only way to learn is to do stupid stuff. So that's all it is. I'm gonna stop talking now. To anyone who stopped by, anyone who watches a VOD or sees this on YouTube, thanks. I hope you're having a good day, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye.